No. We'll there now. The video.
Test. 1, 2, test. We good? Test. 1, 2, test.
I'll have our own notes for the first section.
just putting a lavalier mic on one of the labels.
Yes.
These 4 mics are here for the panel. There's 2 more, and then there's also this podium mic.
Okay, so I'll use the podium mic, and then we're gonna need one for Burnett and for Wong.
Okay, yes, there should be good
Those,
options.
and so should they just hang on to them now? Okay, excellent. And do they need to do anything?
This will be the switch up.
That's all I need to let them know? Okay. And then where are the, so just take them back and do these like these and then just wipe them off, and where should they put them when they're done?
That's a good question. The mics or the guard?
Yes.
Yes and yes. The mics you can put back on here. The guard does the garbage over there.
Got it.
That should be.
Got it. Do you know if there's no wipes? The reason being is because we're all gonna be over there, and I'd
Gotcha.
love to put a thing of
thing
wipes,
of
so
wipes,
when
okay.
we're done, and
Yeah,
we'll probably
let
just
me
leave
ask
them at the
Denise
table.
if she has them in
I'll
her.
grab those, and I can take these?
Yes. Check. Check.
Okay. Does it,
Do you guys want
sounds
to
like it is.
It does sound like.
Check, check.
Oh,
So how do I turn it off?
so everything. I said,
We'd have to
That's why I'm saying I should put it on my arm.
yeah.
They don't have another. Okay, well, let's go do
Turn
that.
it off.
Yeah. Turn it off.
God's grace, that passionate towards others, and
things at their best, and you kind of get the spectrum. There's a lot more to this job than a movie or a TV show could ever truly depict, and it's not something you can put in a few short words. But
I wanted to be a first responder because of my interactions as a young teenager in Mesa. I saw a Mesa fire crew doing Fill the Boot, and just walking by them, they seemed bigger than life. My dad was a police officer for 37 years. My papa was a Boston firefighter. I think I was kind of destined for it. What you learn over the years is really helping people. I think I told you our fire trucks are nothing more than toolboxes to fix problems for others. We don't want people to suffer tragedy, but if it's going to happen, I'd rather it happen when I'm at work. Give me the opportunity to give back and help fix their problem. You got to be willing to help pick up a 75-year-old man, get him back up on his feet and make him feel proud of the life he lived. And then you got to want to go into a burning structure more than anybody else on the planet. And that's the two bookends of what we do. Everything else that people call 911 for just falls right in between that. It's helped me define what leadership is, helped me define what followership is. It's taught me to appreciate what I have.
Jim was actually the very first person that I saw or met from Mesa Fire Department when I went to actually go take my test. So I'm standing there with 1,500 other kids all trying to get 12 jobs, and I saw a guy that had a presence, loud, engaged, enthusiastic, excited about the job. I decided that was what I thought a firefighter should look like, and it kind of set me off in a pretty cool path. Jim was one of my training officers in the academy. And it was neat having the first guy I saw that made me happy with my career choice. It was one of the guys that was going to teach me from the very beginning before I really knew anything. So I'm lucky that I got to meet Jim and still know Jim. So
Jim has taught me a lot, kind of like what Kyle had said. Kyle and I went through the same academy, so my first interaction with Jim was very early on. So learning a lot from Jim is easy. You give a lot of respect to people who've done the job before you, for sure, but especially when they know what they're doing. You know, and I know Kyle spoke about good leaders. He's an easy guy to follow. Jim can hold a room. He holds court very well. Not because he's being a wordsmith by any means, but we want to hear what he has to say. He brings a lot of value to the department.
What Jim has taught me is when we start in this career, we call it a brotherhood, sisterhood, and he is definitely the embodiment of that. This is a brotherhood, we are a family, and he's definitely taught me to look out for everybody and love and care for them just like I would anybody else in my family.
Just knowing how much he gives back to the community, and he gives so much to his buddies and everyone that he works with. He teaches all the time, and he just loves everything about being a firefighter. I know these guys love him like more than anything, and just knowing that he has their support is pretty great.
In the fire service, everything we do happens right now. When you bring that home and you expect immediate response to everything you ask of them, sometimes it doesn't happen, and they get to remind me that they're not firefighters. I've only been on for 22 years, but you could figure roughly 7.5 years I've been away from home. There's not enough vacation hours in the day, right, to tolerate us all to be off for everything that comes up in our personal life.
I wanted to be a first responder for a variety of reasons. I felt that I always loved helping kids. I always was very passionate about helping kids, teaching kids. I really enjoyed learning about the heart. The heart is an amazing organ, and watching it on ultrasound is very amazing because it's such a dynamic organ. The cardiac team that I'm involved with is incredible. When I'm in the operating room, sometimes I sit back and I look at all of these people and the way that they, almost like an orchestra, you know, they all have their duties, they all have their goals, they're all so highly skilled. And sometimes I sit back and I think this is incredible to be a part of something bigger than just me. Something that is, you know, life-changing for a lot of these families. Every time I go into work, it's a fresh attitude. I will sometimes come in urgently on a stat situation if a baby's been flighted in from another hospital. The whole team will be around me, so you're a lot of times in the pressure cooker. You are the very first eyes of a cardiac defect. I get called in the middle of the night for stat situations. A lot of times I have to tell my kiddos, especially my little one, if you wake up in the middle of the night and mama's not here, it's because she's at work. It's very hard on him when I have to leave and he wants me to be there with him, and mama has to go take care of the sick babies. A lot of late nights, a lot of getting up in the middle of the night and being there for hours, and then getting up the next morning to come to work again. I have learned over the last 12 years that the kids that I scan, I enjoy teaching them about their heart. I teach them that their heart is like a house, and it has 4 rooms, and it has 4 doors, and there's hallways. I show them pictures of their heart so that they can see the anatomy. We talk about taking care of your heart, healthy things to do to keep your heart healthy. I would say some great words that I try to live my life by are enjoy the journey. You know, life is a journey and there's ups and downs. Enjoy every bit of it. Always.
Public safety, public service career.
To COVID-19. Some of us here have actually been a survivor of this terrible plague. We are here, and we are all blessed to be here at the How to Sustain a Business During Chaotic Times presented by ASU. And I'd like to begin today by introducing the woman who is responsible for all of this, Denise Meredith, the CEO of the World's Best Connectors.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to see everybody here. Is everybody glad to be out? Hey, hey. Isn't this special? Anyway, I'm the founder and CEO, as she mentioned, of the World's Best Connectors. WBC is a virtual community and think tank for C-suite executives. So CEOs, CIOs, CFOs, et cetera, and business owners. Believe it or not, I chose the theme for this conference, December. Okay, so how to deal with chaotic times, but I didn't think it was gonna be this chaotic. Okay, I was thinking of hacking, computer hacking and climate change. Who would have thought this would be what would take us down, or at least slow us up? We're here to hopefully enhance your connections. And again, this has a special meaning now, more so than it did when I first thought about this conference, because there are 5 areas, 5 themes that the WBC helps people with. So one is family relations. Now that's become very interesting the past year. So we help people with that, and you'll be hearing about that a little later. We do help people with employees. Last year, we were more worried about generational conflicts in the workplace. And now they're not in the same workplace anyway, but it's a whole different challenge that you're dealing with, trying to deal with people from home. So we'll talk about that and some other issues related to that. Clients, that's what most people think of. When they think of business associations, what business associations do, they have clients and they make deals. So we do that. We still do that. And I'm sort of a business matchmaker, so I sort of put people together. And my theory is that you put 3 smart people in a room, great things happen. And that's what's been happening with our group. It's going to be a small group. It's never going to be more than 100 people total. So it's not like a chamber of commerce or association. And it's going to be very intimate. People know each other, trust each other. We have 50 of those already, so we're well on our way. So I want to thank you all. This is different. It's going to be very different from what you're used to, and I don't want to take up any more time because we got a lot of great speakers coming, and we have something special to start off with. We're all here and able to do our jobs because there are other people out on the front line. And I've always thought that they weren't getting enough attention. In fact, some negative attention that they shouldn't be. So I thought we could do something special with our workshop this year. And so we're gonna be honoring 4 first responders here. So that's gonna be probably a highlight of the day, a very special part of the day, and that's gonna be up next. But I wanna thank, we wouldn't be here except for sponsors. It's still about the money, right? So it's sponsors. ASU is our primary sponsor. They were there right from the beginning. And Grace is over here. You'll be hearing from Grace. So she's representing ASU. Great organization. I've been here 25 years. I've seen it go from up to, and she'll tell you, but it's the #1 innovative university in the United States. So it's doing really well. Arizona Commerce Authority, and Robert's back there, and another big suite. And I won't go through them all because we're going to be listing them up here on the screen, and they're in your app. Does everybody like the app? WUVA is the name of that company that's developed the app. So be sure to use that when you leave. If you leave early, you go to lunch, whatever. You can find out the agenda, read everybody's bio. There are virtual exhibits. We didn't want to drag banners and all that stuff in here today. So the events are all virtual. So you can see who's on there and hopefully follow up with them. Another group that's didn't come today, I wasn't able to come, is the Arizona Community Foundation. They're also we don't have nonprofits in our group. They're all pro-business people, but we really believe in helping nonprofits. So the Arizona Community Foundation is one of the largest foundations in the United States. It's here in Arizona. So we work with them, and they're one of our big sponsors as well. So I want everybody just to relax, enjoy, eat the food. We got a lot. You're gonna have a boxed lunch. I had grand plans for this big buffet and everything. It didn't happen, okay? It's not gonna happen. So it'll be a little different this year. I hope it's still fun for you, and we'll see what happens next year. But again, thanks everybody for coming.
Mask on, mask off. Okay. Thank you, Denise. Now we are honored today to have Scottsdale's Vice Mayor Solange Whitehead come up and welcome us. Well, hello, everyone. I want to thank Denise and everyone who has allowed me to join this event today. And on behalf of the mayor, Jim Lane, and the city council, I want to welcome everyone to Scottsdale. And we're certainly thrilled that the organizers chose SkySong as the location for this conference. SkySong was built, as many of you know, to revitalize this downtown part, or south of our downtown part of the city. And it has certainly done that. And not only have we seen new life into this area, and there's a lot of exciting things going on, it also brought, it showcased green building design and continues to do that. It's become the norm. In fact, we have code that requires green building design. That's really important. Somebody mentioned climate change. You know, the last thing we want is Scottsdale or Phoenix or any of the other areas to get any hotter. And the way we do that is with green building design. So I have been just thrilled. I was here before SkySong existed. And there's an upcoming park/rooftop garden, I'm told, coming soon here at SkySong. As well, it's a partnership with the city and and ASU to help businesses begin and sustain here in the city and in the valley. And that's been very successful, and there's been no time that it's been more difficult than this year in my lifetime. So there's a few things I'd like to say about 2020. First of all, thanks for helping businesses during this time. Since March, I've been on the phone with CEOs, business owners, bartenders, fathers of grocery store clerks. This has been a challenging time. A lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of businesses are gone forever. But the light at the end of the tunnel is that we're seeing innovation, a lot of innovation. And there's another trend that I'm seeing and I believe is real and will grow, and that's the us versus me mentality. I've spoken with so many businesses that have taken great pains to cut costs, to cut the owners' salaries, to cut rent for their tenants in order to keep people on their payroll and businesses in their storefronts. So I hope that the innovation and this kindness, this employee first, we need more than the signs that say you're a hero. So I'm hoping that these are the trends that not only get us through this pandemic, but take us to a whole nother level. That's my goal. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't thank all of the first responders, but again, the grocery store employees, all the people, the medical doctors, nurses, all the people that while I could work at home, they could not. They enabled me to keep living during this pandemic. So I am deeply appreciative of all of those people who have done that, who have been at work during these last trying months. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, and I just wish everybody a productive and safe event. And I'll be here for part of it and watching it on the computer for the rest of it. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Whitehead. We have a lot of other exciting guests today and things to do, but we wanted to start with thanking some of those who have sacrificed, as Vice Mayor just spoke of, who have allowed us all to be here today. So with that, I would like to invite up Ron Williams, Tanya Keats, Dr. Vernette Joseph to please come up.
Good morning. My name is Ron Williams, the CEO of Contacts to Contracts, LLC, and president of the Heroes on the Foundation.
I'm Tanya Keats, CEO of Keats Coaching.
And good morning. My name is Dr. Vernette A. Joseph. I am the founder and CEO of Live to Produce, Civility 360, and Productive Business Civility.
We are here to thank and honor several of the many first responders who are from the Valley. The WBC Superhero Award 2020 is a collaboration of the world's best connectors and Arizona State University. It reads, "When our house is on fire, our heroes are those who run towards us." In 2020, Americans have been suffering from a new plague, COVID-19, the long-term consequences of systemic racism and natural disasters. On October 23rd, 2020, the world's best connectors and Arizona State University want to recognize and commend and honor you for your courage you have demonstrated and the sacrifices you and your loved ones have made to help us during these chaotic times.
And also, this is a special event and a special time for these first responders. Again, on behalf of I Change Nations, I wanted to also surprise these first responders with a special award called the Civility 360 Award, and it's for emergency response civility. I Change Nations is the largest culture of honor on the planet. We have honored kings, presidents, and heads of state to include military and governments around the world. And the mandate is civility for all through kindness and respect.
It has been an absolute pleasure to get to know the honorees and their families. None of them feel like they're heroes. What they have taught me is that hero is a mindset. a mindset of automatically wanting it to run in the direction opposite of everybody else, with the intent to help, protect, and to selfishly serve. These, our honorees are so much more than their career of being first responders. We're going to take a look at each of their videos to understand who they are behind the scenes. Our first honoree is Shane Ryder, the Terrorism Liaison Unit Supervisor for the Arizona Department of Public Safety and a counterintelligence technician in the Army Reserve.
Public safety, public service careers, they're kind of a lifestyle, and the family has to be on board in pursuing these careers in the military and law enforcement. It's taken a while for the family to get on board. Crazy hours, missing holidays, family vacations that you miss. I guess in the end, where I've come to, I gotta have my head in with my family as much as I've had in my careers. And I think most that have served in public safety careers realize you kind of take your family for granted. Every moment matters. I gotta let them know I care about them as much as I would in my job. And hopefully you're lucky enough, as I've been, to have a family that supported it, so.
I would say that my motivation for serving my dad, I just feel like it goes like deeper, you know? Like I think that there is like a part of me that is just so used to it and how he constantly sacrifices and puts his life on the line, you know? If that's like where he feels like called to, you know, then I support that.
The whole time of him being in his profession and me seeing it as a little girl and growing up now, that impact has always been different. And in every season, because you know there's seasons where he's busier, there's seasons where we do have more time, but within that, there is always God's grace. That's helped me to be compassionate towards his passion to serve others and to just respect and honor him for his intentions and his needs, because it's not always about me.
At first it was just, the work was interesting. You know, not having to be behind a desk every day was different. But as you interact with the public and you see things at their worst and you even see some things at their best, and you kind of get the spectrum. There's a lot more to this job than a movie or a TV show could ever truly depict. And it's not something you can put in a few short words, but.
Our next honoree is Jim Barnhart. He's a captain at the Mesa Fire Medical Department.
I wanted to be a first responder because of my interactions as a young teenager in Mesa. I saw a Mesa fire crew doing fill the boot, and just walking by them, they seemed bigger than life. My dad was a police officer for 37 years. My papa was a Boston firefighter. I think I was kind of destined for it. What you learn over the years is really helping people. I think I told you our fire trucks are nothing more than toolboxes to fix problems for others. We don't want people to suffer tragedy, but if it's gonna happen, I'd rather it happen when I'm at work. Give me the opportunity to give back and help fix their problem. You gotta be willing to help pick up a 75-year-old man, get him back up on his feet and make him feel proud of the life he lived. And then you gotta wanna go into a burning structure more than anybody else on the planet. And that's the two bookends of what we do. Everything else that people call 911 for just falls right in between that. It's helped me define what leadership is, helped me define what followership is. It's taught me to appreciate what I have.
Jim was actually the very first person that I saw or met from Mesa Fire Department when I went to actually go take my test. So I'm standing there with 1,500 other kids all trying to get 12 jobs, and I saw a guy that had a presence, loud, engaged, enthusiastic, excited about the job. I decided that was what I thought a firefighter should look like, and it kind of set me off on a pretty cool path. Jim was one of my training officers in the academy, and it was neat having the first guy I saw that made me happy with my career choice. It was one of the guys that was going to teach me from the very beginning before I really knew anything. So I'm lucky that I got to meet Jim and still know Jim. So
Jim has taught me a lot, kind of like what Kyle had said. Kyle and I went to the same academy, so my first interaction with Jim was very early on. So learning a lot from Jim is easy. You give a lot of respect to people who've done the job before you, for sure, but especially when they know what they're doing. You know, and I know Kyle spoke about good leaders. He's an easy guy to follow. Jim can hold a room. He holds court very well. Not because he's being a wordsmith by any means, but we want to hear what he has to say. He brings a lot of value to the department.
What Jim has taught me is when we start in this career, we call it a brotherhood, sisterhood, and he is definitely the embodiment of that. This is a brotherhood, we are a family, and he's definitely taught me to look out for everybody and love and care for them just like I would anybody else in my family.
Just knowing how much he gives back to the community, and he gives so much to his buddies and everyone that he works with. He teaches all the time, and he just loves everything about being a firefighter. I know these guys love him like more than anything, and just knowing that he has their support is pretty great.
In the fire service, everything we do happens right now. When you bring that home and you expect immediate response to everything you ask of them, sometimes it doesn't happen, and they get to remind me that they're not firefighters. I've only been on for 22 years, but you could figure roughly 7.5 years I've been away from home. There's not enough vacation hours in the day, right, to tolerate us all to be off for everything that comes up in our personal life.
Sarah Fandelin is a pediatric cardiac sonographer at Cardin's Children's Medical Center.
I wanted to be a first responder for a variety of reasons. I felt that I always loved helping kids. I always was very passionate about helping kids, teaching kids. I really enjoyed learning about the heart. The heart is an amazing organ, and watching it on ultrasound is very amazing because it's such a dynamic organ. The cardiac team that I'm involved with is incredible. When I'm in the operating room, sometimes I sit back and I look at all of these people and the way that they, almost like an orchestra, you know, they all have their duties, they all have their goals, they're all so highly skilled. And sometimes I sit back and I think this is incredible to be a part of something bigger than just me. Something that is, you know, life-changing for a lot of these families. Every time I go into work, it's a fresh attitude. I will sometimes come in urgently on a stat situation if a baby's been flighted in from another hospital. The whole team will be around me. So you're a lot of times in the pressure cooker. You are the very first eyes of a cardiac defect. I get called in the middle of the night for stat situations. A lot of times I have to tell my kiddos, especially my little one, if you wake up in the middle of the night and mama's not here, it's because she's at work. It's very hard on him when I have to leave and he wants me to be there with him, and mama has to go take care of the sick babies. A lot of late nights, a lot of getting up in the middle of the night and being there for hours, and then getting up the next morning to come to work again. I have learned over the last 12 years that the kids that I scan, I enjoy teaching them about their heart. I teach them that their heart is like a house, and it has 4 rooms, and it has 4 doors, and there's hallways. I show them pictures of their heart so that they can see the anatomy. We talk about taking care of your heart, healthy things to do to keep your heart healthy. I would say some great words that I try to live my life by are enjoy the journey. You know, life is a journey and there's ups and downs. Enjoy every bit of it. Always try to help somebody, whether it is the mundane or whether it's something extraordinary. You can be part of somebody's life in a positive way. And then life is good, you know. Even though this is going on, always find the good, always find the positivity, and always help somebody.
Our final honoree is Sean Strotter, School Resource Officer and Mesa Police Department, and a First Sergeant in the Army Reserve.
Well, I remember the first time I dealt with the Mesa Police Department was I was over at Smitty's, which is no longer there, but it was on Stapley and McKellips in Mesa, Arizona. I happened to see a vehicle with something hanging out of the back of it, and we ended up going and talking to the staff that was there, and they called the Mesa Police Department. Mesa Police Department responded and actually found that a lady had been kidnapped and she had been placed in her own car, had been left there to die. And so a couple days later, the person was found and arrested. After that, I always had a great interaction with the Mesa Police Department. I liked what they did and hoped that I could help them someday.
Sean, with what he's chosen to do, requires more than just the normal support. You have to be involved. What he's inspired us to do is get involved with what he does. In doing so, he's made us better people. My whole life, I've given, but I look at him and think, I could have done better. Just watching him makes me tired. It really does, because he's constantly involved in doing good.
Sean is the kind of guy that his motivation to help people is very contagious. People go into law enforcement to help other people, and for Sean it goes much deeper than that. Day in, day out, he does it in law enforcement, he does it with the military, he does it with his Archangels nonprofit organization. I am frequently hearing about events that he's organizing with the sole purpose of helping those that are struggling with PTSD and as first responders or as military. It is infectious for me to see how motivated he is to help people.
I've known him for over a decade, and I've seen how he's able to handle everything from family to 5K runs in his community, to a charity, a nonprofit charity, to police work, and then of course being a dad, husband with 5 children as well. For me, that just inspires me. But he's got a lot that he handles and juggles and takes care of with professionalism and integrity and dignity, and that shows me how to basically become a better person and how to handle situations, for sure.
Sean and I have an incredible responsibility in taking care of all the soldiers in our company. North of 110 soldiers that we have to be responsible for. Other than just having that responsibility of training them, he's very personal and he pays attention to detail to ensure that the training and the knowledge that those soldiers need to do, so that if we have to deploy or do just our regular work, that they're very smart at what they're doing. Sean and I are in the trenches, if you will, and make sure that that we're paying attention to detail down to the finest thing.
Sean always has this way of making people smile. I was really shocked. I was really surprised at how many best friends he had. Overwhelmed, thinking, how does he have 500 best friends that are calling me and telling me this is my best friend, this is who I need to help? And I realized it's because of the person he is, that he strives to be that way. He strives really hard to make people smile and to help them feel valued. He's very genuine.
For me, I would say making other people happy brings me the most joy, whether it be my family, friends, people I serve with, the communities that I'm in. Those are the things that bring me the most happiness.
Shane, please come up.
Okay. Everybody, I know. Different. Oh boy, it's very tall. What if we swing around? Yeah. Oh, that's good. Right there. Okay.
And everyone, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and join us, please. I pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
Let's give them all just one more applause as they're leaving. Thank you for your service. Next, I would like to ask Grace O'Sullivan to come up. The world's best connectors are thrilled to continue to have Arizona State University, the #1 innovative university in the United States, for the 6th year as our presenting sponsor. We have Grace O'Sullivan here to present the keynote, Multiplier Effects.
Thank you, Avril. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's really good to see your beautiful faces, even though it's just the first part. I would love to start with our charter, and you can see it here. I won't read the whole thing, but I'd love to tell you what it means to us. And so the first part really talks about how access and excellence can coexist. We've proven that over time. Now our student body represents the socioeconomic status of the entire nation. So that is an accomplishment. And second, the second part really talks about being responsible for the communities in which we serve. So I think service has been a theme already this morning, and so inspiring to see the first responders. But I'd like for you to think of ASU as in service to the community, in service to businesses, and to our partners. And whatever the opposite of an ivory tower is, that's what ASU wants and strives to be. So there are people like me who work to make the university porous. And when I thought about a title for this talk about a multiplier effect, it's all about what we can do together that can leapfrog than any one of us can do by ourselves. So I'd love to have that be the theme of the talk today. And so next slide shows different ways that organizations and companies engage with ASU. Now, if we were just to pick one, and the vice mayor set this up really well, in terms of a real estate portfolio. Now, when you think of a college or a school, you don't necessarily think of real estate. So more context for where we are today at SkySong, the Innovation Center. Who remembers the Los Arcos Mall? You may date yourself, so raise your hand virtually or here, okay? Many of us. So like the vice mayor said, 16 years ago, we set out to build a new kind of public-private partnership with our partners, Sharon Harper at Plaza Companies, the City of Scottsdale, and ASU, has now become a case study for a revitalization project, a very successful one, to the tune of probably $1.5 billion in economic activity generating out of SkySong, 9,000 high-tech, high-paying, high-skilled jobs here. And as you walk around, maybe on a break to go stretch your legs, you're going to see 850,000 square feet of office, hotel, retail, apartment space just right here. And I would really encourage you to look up and look at the names on the doors, because you're going to see Dell, Amazon, Starbucks Technology Center, Infosys started here, and then they graduated to another innovation zone that ASU runs and develops. So we have 7 of these different innovation zones, including one next to the Mayo Clinic Hospital in North Phoenix. So as you think of ASU as a partner, think of us on multi-dimensions, not just as a school where you get your degree, which is wonderful, but a place to do research, a place to access the best and brightest minds, to build your talent pipeline for your business, and for your clients and partners and neighbors. You know, we want to be, like I said, as porous as possible. We have core facilities. So if you're a small business and you need access to a DNA sequencer and you can't purchase that on your own, come to us. There is no question or problem too small for us to work with you to design a custom solution, whether you're Starbucks and you want to offer college degrees to your employees at no charge. We have ASU Online that's on the 3rd floor of this building, designing programs with many of our partners to achieve those goals. So literally there are no problems or questions too small or too big for us to tackle together. If I will leave my cards at the check-in table, so please take one and contact me. That is an open invitation. And Denise must have had a crystal ball when she picked the theme of the conference this year, and I think you will get a lot out of it. People like you are in this room and on the online because you strive to find the opportunity in a crisis. And I'll just talk a little bit about how ASU has responded in COVID-19. When we all went remote and got sent to our homes or rooms, we thought about how many of you have kids at home and suddenly became teachers. And we thought, how can a public research university that's dedicated to serving our communities leverage all of our assets to help train teachers, help those who may have lost their jobs get reskilled and upskilled to prepare for their next. And so we created ASU for You, asuforyou.asu.edu, where we put all of our assets and made them available to the public. So I'd welcome you to check that out when you have a moment. Also, we developed the state's first saliva test for COVID-19. And the best thing about this, many things are great, but you spit into a tube, your saliva, and you get your results back within 24 to 48 hours. No, none of that brain tickling, wait 13 days to get your results back. And to date, we've tested almost over close to 200,000 individuals. And that represents about 10% of the state's testing capacity right now in partnership with AZDHS and Dr. Christ and the government. We've just received a $6 million grant to develop a rapid test. Now, I personally think that this is how we get back to business and really reopen and recover, is that, you know, our philosophy is that it's not just going to go away when there's a vaccine, as you probably all know. We're going to have to live with this, be resilient, adaptive, and really actively manage it. So we want to be your thought partners there. And this is not just in Phoenix, it's all over. So Northern Arizona, Southern Arizona, all across the state, and the Native American reservations as well. So we are your partner there as well. And then lastly, when this first all happened too, there was a PPE shortage. So we activated a network, a PPE response network that connected over 300 3D printers across our 5 campuses and across the community to print and deliver PPE for our first responders, personal protective equipment. So all that, those are just examples to say we are not your traditional school. We are here to design real-world solutions, and we look outside of our four walls to make sure that we're solving the right problems, that we're actually being helpful, and that we help businesses and individuals succeed and thrive. And I think especially in times of crisis, there is a great opportunity for us to look both outward to see how we can help and inward personally to see how we can further develop and thrive as individuals. And you're all doing that here. So thank you so much for having me this morning. And again, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Wow, that is a lot. Lots of solutions for businesses to get back on their feet. So please make sure you grab one of her cards. Thank you so much, Grace. This year, as CEOs, we have all been challenged at work because home has been work. There has not been much discussion about it in the media, but we've had to think a lot about relationships, multitasking schedules, and even what ifs. For example, what if something happens to the family of the breadwinner, or the breadwinners are taken and disabled by COVID-19? As a result, Lynn Austin will guide us through some of those many issues with her panel titled, It's a Family Affair. Lynn Austin, come on up.
Hello, everyone. It is so nice to see people. Honestly, I don't think I've been out of my house much since March. So it's exciting to see people, old faces and new faces. So as the other thing I'll say, Denise, kudos. I really love the app because I didn't bring cards and I always do that. And every single one of our contact information is very easily exchanged on the app. So that's really great. So as we're in this phase of chaos and Denise's premonition of chaotic times, we find ourselves earlier this year in a pandemic situation. And so when we look at the family and how that impacts and affects what our life is, it's everything. So we're looking at the relationships in the family, we're looking at how our businesses are surviving, and we're looking at whether or not we've appropriately planned for our life, our lifestyle, our finances. And so with this panel, this distinguished and honored selection that we have here today will kind of help to guide us through some of that. So at this time, I'd like to, do we have, how does, so our first panelist is in our Zoom category, lifestyle. He'll be participating via Zoom. So I guess, is that gonna show up here? Okay, so we have Vanell Warren. And as soon as his picture comes up, we'll kind of talk that. In the meantime, I'll invite our other guests to come in, our other panelists to come. We have Luis Cruz, and he's going to talk to us a little bit about that business side with a special emphasis on female businesses. Okay. And I'd like to invite Tim Radden, and Tim's going to tell us about, did we properly plan? We thought we had it together. Do we understand if we have it together? And if we didn't, what do we need to do to make sure? So the best part about chaotic times is having a plan in advance. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. So, Denise, can you tell me how that?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Vanessa. Welcome. See, Denise knows I can always wing it when the technology is kind of in between. So we're going to get this worked out. It's going to be good. And we'll go ahead and get started. Fennell, are you on the line? Can we hear you?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I don't have a message from you. I'm going to share something that I did post this morning. You know, in these trying times, we have to look at, oh, she's on. I'm sorry, Denise, she is on. She said she can hear, but we can't hear them. So I'm going to ask them to speak. What would you like me to do? Okay, so we'll loop it back in. So we had this plan set up for you. So we're going to go ahead and introduce Luis Cruz. And Luis, when you kind of get started, kind of tell them a little bit more about your background. We'll do the panel, and then we'll save questions to the end. But also this great app, if along the way you think of a question, you can post it here, and I have an opportunity to kind of review that as well. Okay?
Here we are. Okay, my name is Luis Cruz. I'm with a Cruz Advisory Group. I actually have been an advisor for 30 years now. And I started my career with Northwestern Mutual Life. As I found out, my colleague over here is a Northwestern Mutual Life advisor, general agent, great company. And my practice is about 90% of my practice is professional women business owners. And so I work almost exclusively with professional women. There are some personal reasons for that, and there are some business reasons for that. And personal reasons, I saw my mother struggle. I was born in the islands. And I saw my mother struggle a lot. My mother didn't have any education. However, I always told my mother that I thought that she was the first woman's lib ever created. She never took my father's last name. So I always used to tell that to my mom. So, yeah, so there were a lot of reasons for that. I felt that she was always taken advantage by the system, by other people. So that's one of the reasons that led me to work a lot with women. And the other reason was my sister. And the business side of it is the government, the Labor Department several years ago had a study that said that 75% of women, mostly professional women or women in business, lag behind men in getting their finances straight. It didn't mean the study showed that they knew where their monies were, but what happened was that it didn't show, the study showed that because they were concentrating so much on their careers, they didn't know how to work their finances. They neglected that part. And the other part, women sometimes are too proud to accept things, where women ask more questions. So to me, that makes my life a lot easier. So that's what I do.
Okay. And so do we have them connected? grateful and beholden to all life has contributed to my very being. So as we look at where we are in these chaotic times, and we don't get ourselves caught up in the fear of whatever that means, remember that as we go through the days, we are transforming. We are taking in new things, new encounters, and new experiences that are going to become a part of us, enrich us, and help us to transform. Do we have them? All right, we are going to go ahead to Mr. Radden. But before I have him speak, I have to tell a personal story. This is about family, right? And so with family, family might be blood, family might be relatives. So there was a time in my life where I had some really interesting challenges, like we all do. And Tim came into my life and he gave me this opportunity to allow me to settle myself, to get myself back. And as a part of that, that was around the time I wrote my first book. And so this is the first time I've actually seen him in several years. And I wanted to present him. And with that, I'm going to let Tim go ahead and tell you a little bit about himself and some of the things that he does.
First of all, thank you so much for putting the meeting together and all of you who had to make all this happen. ASU with your money and support, the donors, Solange from the City Council showing up, and my friend Denise, thank you. I know you worked your fanny off to make this all happen. And then those of you who got up and got out here to come and make a presentation. This is great. So it's a great pleasure. Also, I have somebody on my team here who's Anne-Marie Alanis, who is our the director of our marketing and communications, and the person whose work I take credit for all the time, right? Yes, we do a great job. So, gosh, things are really interesting now, right? You know, we've watched what's happened, and nobody was expecting anything to be like this even a year ago. And we have seen so many amazing things happen. People are so creative and generous and trying so hard to help others. And we're remembering that, of course, this is all going to pass. And one day this will be done and behind us. We'll be able to look forward. So we'd just like to be sure that people are encouraged to know that we need a plan in place for when this is done and when things get back to normal. You know, if you're in a stream and your propeller is not in the water, you're just going to drift. If you aren't moving faster than the current, you cannot steer. I want to be sure that we are ready for when this thing is done with, right, and it's over, and we'll be able to keep moving. So I've had a great good fortune to be able to work primarily with business owners. That accounts for about 85% of the business that we do, and the rest is with physicians and a lot of entrepreneurs. Probably half of those are women, so we're not at your 90 or 100%, Louise. It's about 50-50. And these are people who are looking forward to trying to make things happen. And gosh, it's been a great pleasure. I'm going to hit a couple of quick highlights to just talk about them and let you know what's going on. Is this better? Thank you. Well, I'm so understated, you know, I don't know. Yeah. So people are really wondering a lot. I get a lot of questions. We have millions and millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of assets under management. We do a lot of work in the risk planning area. We do a lot with the state and tax planning and people trying to figure out how they're ever going to be able to retire on their own terms. And it is tricky, and the laws are just stacked against business owners and business executives and highly compensated people. There is not much happening that's in our favor today. So what are some things going on? People are looking around and they're calling me about the stock market. And what should I do? Should I get out and go to cash right now and wait till after the election? Probably not. It doesn't too much matter who's going to get elected, because 10 years from now, the portfolios will have recovered from whatever's going on. So don't make any 30-year decisions based on 30 hours of news, okay? That doesn't make a great deal of sense. You'd be far better off. You already saw this happen back in 2008 and 9 and 10 when everybody's 401k turned into a 201k, right? And then the people who pulled their money out and went to cash have still never recovered. If you left it alone, you have 3 times as much money now as you did then. So chill out. It's okay, right? We got this. Ditto with, we see these things happen when, and none of what I'm saying is political commentary, everybody. It's just what's going on. So when Senator Sanders won the Nevada primary, the stock market took a huge dip the next day. And then the COVID happened right after that. So people forgot about the Sanders part. So he was down there for a while. Then when he announced that his candidacy was going to stop, right? He was going to suspend his approach. The stock market went up 700 points within an hour. Nothing changed. The economy was still where it was, and the stock market was where it was. And people just don't get this confused. The stock market and the economy are 2 different things, right? So just relax, it's okay. This is still the United States. It's a capitalistic society. It's gonna work, all right? No matter who's in there. Taxes. The taxes are getting tricky. A couple of things, I don't know if you noticed all of this, but I'll give you a couple of highlights just for your own planning and to discuss with your advisors. I'm hoping that you have a financial advisor who's working on your team to help you with what's going on. A couple of big things. One is that for the first time in the lifetime of anybody in this room, the United States national debt is higher than a year of GDP. This has not happened in your lifetime, and this is not good. This is an unsustainable situation. We cannot make it work like this. And for centuries, all nations, whether they were monarchies or principalities or republics or otherwise, have always done the same thing when this happens. You inflate the currency and raise taxes, right? If you raise taxes, there's more money to pay this back with. And if you inflate the currency, it's easier to pay back the debt. Because what's remarkable is debt does not inflate, right? If you owe $20 trillion today and you just service the debt for 20 years, you still only owe $20 trillion. But the income is higher, right? Debt does not inflate. So you heard 3 Tuesdays ago, I couldn't believe it, but they said it, Secretary Mnuchin of the Treasury and Chairman of the Fed, Geithner, both 2 different news interviews, stated that the United States was changing its monetary policy with respect to inflation. Of course, my ears pricked up. What they have done at the Treasury Department all these last 20-something years was manage inflation so that it would not exceed 2% in any one year. And now they said they're changing that annual model to an average. That's like somebody telling you it's safe to wade across a river that has an average depth of 4 feet. Yeah, yeah, careful. So that's one thing. And guys, this is not, it doesn't matter about Democrat, Republican, the taxes are going up, right? When the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was put in place in late 2017 to take effect in 2018, we have I'm sorry, guys, this is just the worst thing that ever happens. It's when the White House and the Senate and the House are all one party because nobody can get anything done and they just jam it down our throats. So here we're facing this huge deficit and this huge debt, and their solution was to lower the tax rates. Now, I mean, my clients were very happy about this because the taxes went down, right? But again, this was an unsustainable thing. Our tax rates today are the lowest they've been in 86 years. Like half of what it's supposed to be to make this work. And I'm not about high taxes, but I don't think that's the solution for things. Nonetheless, that's the fact. So they put this law in place that would lower everybody's tax rates and lower the tax brackets. You don't even hit the top tax bracket. You don't even hit the top tax bracket until you're at 622,000 of taxable income. This is nice. You can do some pretty good stuff up there. Then you're at the top rate. The proposal is to lower that from 622,000 down to 400,000 for a married couple or 200,000 for a single person with a tax rate of 70%. And again, not political commentary, but that's what the proposal is from the Democratic side of the House. And they come in, that should happen sometime early in the year, I would expect in 2021. If the Republicans retain the office, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with the Senate, I mean, nobody really knows, right? Even then, the tax rates have to go up because the lower tax rate was an 8-year proposal, and the old tax rates are coming back anyway. So no matter what happens, we have 1 year or 5 years, and we're going to get whacked. So that's a big concern. So one of the things that we should be working on is looking at the things that the Congress has allowed in the tax code under the IRS on how to get our income in retirement to be tax-free. There are a number of mechanisms that you can use to get that income tax down. Why is this so important? It's because we don't know what that rate's going to go to. I do know this is the lowest rate we've had in 80-something years. So the odds of this rate staying at this level, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. That's simply not going to happen. So this is a concern. So think about your longer term planning and what we can do to get that down. So you can either retire earlier because you're not paying taxes on the income, or retire better because you don't have to pay taxes then. Social Security, let's cover that very quickly. Guys, it's broke. And this is because there are now only 4 people paying into the system for every 1 person taking money out. By the time, looking at your ages, by the time that you get to retirement, that number will be down to 2 people paying in for every 1 person taking money out. When it started, there were 40 people paying into the system for every 1 person taking out. This isn't going to work. And they keep monkeying around with the trust fund and doing strange things to it. The worst part of this for us is that they decided to start taxing the Social Security benefits. I'm sorry, I don't like that. Do you remember your very first paycheck? I mean, from a real job, right? And remember you were working by the hour, right? And so you multiplied your number of hours times your hourly rate, and you expected to get a check for that, right? Did that ever happen? Nobody got that. You're still not getting it. So they go, who is FICA, right? So what happens is that people don't seem to understand it, but do you know that your FICA tax, your Social Security tax that you pay, is paid with after-tax dollars? Nobody ever thinks about it. We think, okay, my income was here, then they take out my Social Security, and then they tax the rest. No, your income's here, they tax all of that. Now they get their part out, and you have after-tax dollars, and then we pay our Social Security contributions. So make it clear, everyone in this room, every dollar that we've paid into the Social Security system was already taxed once. And now in retirement, if you're single, 25,000, married, 32,000, if your retirement income is north of those numbers, and who's going to be lower than that, right? Your Social Security is going to be taxed a second time. Unbelievable. Yeah, double taxation on the same dollars, crazy. But there are ways around that. And the way around that is to have your other income in retirement be tax-free, because it's outside the tax collection system in the US. So nothing shows up on the 1040 or below that level. And then our Social Security comes back in tax-free, right? This is the way to plan. So that part's good. Another item very quick that we've discovered, when people really do work hard, right? We work, we pay our employees, and we cover all of our stuff. We pay our taxes. We're trying to save some money. And we actually save up some money after all of that. We've taken care of our families. They get medication, education, recreation, vacation, and all the other kind of Asians. And we actually have a little money left, and we save that up. And I want to retire on that, and they want to tax that too? No, thank you. So maybe you're actually able to get out a little early. And if you listen to your advisor, stay in the workforce, follow their instructions, you're going to get rich. Nothing else can happen, right? So now you're 55 instead of 75, and you're able to retire. And the government now forces you to buy health insurance at the exchange rate. Do you know what the numbers are? This is absolutely bizarre. If your income is $78,000 or less, you qualify for the subsidy and can get health insurance at a decent price, like $500 a month or so. If you make $79,000, you pay about $1,200 or $1,400 a month for the same insurance. Because even though you're the one who paid all the taxes in, so the subsidy money could be there, you're too qualified, you don't get to take it out. And you're just being penalized for having saved your money. So do you see there's got to be some mechanism for getting money out, right? That is within the threshold that they allow you to do. So you have money to spend, but money that doesn't show up on the taxes to put you up over the threshold. So those are some of the kind of things we're faced with today.
Wow, that's some really great information. We've got some business owner, women in particular, and some incredible financial strategies. And I think we actually have Vanell Warren available via Zoom.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
How many have learned something from those two presentations so far? Who's willing to admit that they don't have a financial advisor but might now be interested in one? Hey, like we said at the beginning, it's important to have a plan. Then we can deal with some of these chaotic situations and circumstances when they happen.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Hey.
Hey.
All right.
Thank you all for not giving up on me.
We can't hear them.
Can you hear me? Can you all hear me?
That's okay. Our panel gets to work out the bugs.
Okay, good deal. Good morning. Can you all hear me now?
Yeah, I was going to say I had a couple, while we get his sound working, I had a couple questions that came in on the thing. So as the holiday season approaches, what are some recommendations? Oh, that's probably more of an else category. So here, I'll go on to the other one. When it comes to women-owned businesses, what are some options that they should consider at this time because their business might be closed, or they might be looking at how they're going to survive, or if they're going to hang on, or what can we kind of offer around that?
Well, obviously, 2020 has been a very challenging year. So one of the things that I really look in staying in front of businesses, and actually I have done this before 2020, but we are all here because we are all business owners. So by nature, we are all pretty much type A. So personality, so what really makes us our biggest strength could also be our biggest weaknesses. We are go-getters. We like to go out. We like to make things happen. Although I realize we are really not making things happen. There are other things they help us to make things happen. There is a creator that help us to do that. But also when we're strong, our clients, our families, our friends are looking to us for guidance. And when we find ourselves in the situation that we're in right now, we really tend to kind of shut down ourselves a little bit. We don't want to ask for help ourselves because we're supposed to be strong. We're supposed to be the people that are making things happening. And so what happens is that we really fall short. We fall short to our clients. We fall short to our families. We fall short in our relationships. But one of the things that I really do is I always want to make sure that I really promise on what I deliver to do with my clients. So I like to say that I under promise and over deliver. And when we say that we add value to a business, value added, it doesn't necessarily mean to do something in the business. It can be something personal. And let me explain that. A lot of my clients actually have become friends. Not all my friends are clients, but a lot of my clients really become friends. We do life together. We work with them. I put out actually a magazine right now, and I have a couple here of the last 2 issues that I send clients. And in this magazine, the title is Start Healthy. It's about eating healthy, but to me, eating healthy is a big steak and potato, okay? But I realize that to other people, healthy is a little bit different, okay? But in this magazine, I don't really talk about business. I don't talk about what I do. It's about giving it to the clients, saying, hey, this is what you can do now. These are the things that you can do to stay healthy. These are the things that you should do. And I've been doing that for a long time. And you'll be surprised. Yeah, my name, my company name is in the magazine, but you'll be surprised how many calls I actually get that result in business. Am I asking for business in this magazine? No, I'm not, but it's a value added on a personal level. My poor wife, she's done more babysitting than I would really care to admit with clients, children. She's driven more people to hospital appointments. I have painted more houses and helped move people that I really care to admit. My back is a testament to that, okay, of the moving. But these are things that we do, that I do. You can argue that there is a little bit of selfishness in there, but really, I do it willingly. I really help people paint their homes. And this is what helps me with clients to stay in front of the clients. And I always make sure that we always do the things that we need to do. I want to read a quote. I wrote it over here because I want to do it verbatim. It's from Albert E.N. Gray. He delivered this message back in 1941, I believe it was, at an insurance event. And there are a lot of different definitions of success, but it's called the common denominator of success. It says, the secret of success of every individual who has ever been successful lies in the fact that he or she formed the habits of doing things that failures do not like to do. Okay, what that means is, we can put our hard day's work in the office. We can do our planning, we can do our risk management, we can do our appointments, we can do our life insurance, whatever we need to do. We go home and we forget of our clients until the next day. The hard part really is calling those people, hey, are you okay during this pandemic, during this issue? Are you okay? Do you need some help? Do you need me to go shopping? My wife and I have gone shopping for our clients to Fry's or go bring them groceries. There have been Saturdays that we just spend the whole day doing that, shopping for different clients. But it just is the right thing to do because it's about doing life together. And that's how we stay in front of the clients.
And that's a perfect segue into our Zoom panelists. Panel, can we hear you now?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Hey, success. So let's go ahead and just jump into your session, and then we'll have some time for some Q&A for all. And I have a couple of other questions for Tim too that have come through. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you all. Good morning to everyone. Thank you all for enduring with us. As we know, the pandemic has brought change to all of our lives, just like the technology. We had challenges, and change will present challenge. And so in this segment, we're talking about how the pandemic, as entrepreneurs, how can we survive the pandemic, and how did the pandemic cause us, or how can it cause us to reconnect, which means to come back together with our very own family. We do understand that the family is the structure and the foundation of all of our existence. And the reason why we have become as successful as we are striving to be as entrepreneurs is because we have a structure. But because of the disturbance in this worldwide pandemic, it caused a disarrayment or a foundational break from what we were used to. And so the first thing I want to talk about is, as an entrepreneur, how we reconnect with our family is we all had to reconstruct. We had to restructure. We all had to restructure what we were used to. We established our SOPs, our standard operating procedures. We established our bylaws, the way we function and run our companies. But when this pandemic came, there was a challenge of a shutdown, which affected our finances. It affected the flow of operation. It affected everything. So there must be a foundational restructure. So what it did is forced us, it pulled us or pushed us back home to the family, which was the original foundation. What does that tell me? Even as entrepreneurs, we get so caught up in trying to structure our companies so that we can make provision for our loved ones, that we actually allow the foundation of our families to crack. Because before the pandemic, some of us had gotten so used to working our companies that we would eat dinner in separate rooms. Maybe the man is in the bedroom watching TV, the mother's on the couch, the children on the floor. But the pandemic pulled us back together to restructure this thing to say, wait a minute, my structure is not as sound as I left it or thought it was. But it took the panic of change to make me realize, or to make us realize, that we have become public success yet private failures. In the privacy of our own homes, there's began to be a leak in the building or a crack in the structure. So we had to come back and restructure and say, wait a minute, 7 o'clock is dinner. Everybody come together. Everybody pray together if they believe in that. Everybody come back together at the dinner table and then say, what's going on in your life? What's going on in your life, wife? What's going on in your wife, husband? In your life? What's going on in your life, children? So we can reconstruct and restructure the strength of our family. We are just living in our own mind and our own time without the structure of the family. We are not legacies until we restructure and leave the inheritance to the children, to the wives, so that they can carry on what we build and strive for. So number one, we must restructure the foundation, understanding that it had to start somewhere, no matter how big nor small. The second thing is we have to refocus as entrepreneurs. We had to refocus when the pandemic hit because things couldn't run as normal. Just like the technology today, we would normally be in the presence of one another, but I'm here in Dallas, Texas, and you all are in Phoenix or wherever you're from. And the fact of the matter is we had to make changes and not give up on the challenges. So we had to look at things in a different perspective to understand that if I want to continue to be a successful company, a successful business, and do what I'm desiring and designed to do, then I must refocus and look at things differently. I cannot stay stuck in the same mentality and see things the same way visibly. The third thing is we must not only restructure, refocus, but we have to relearn. So that means we have to go back even at home and relearn our own children. When this pandemic hit and they shut schools down, and I was like, oh my God, now I have to go back to school. I have my degrees, I have my certifications, I have my documentation. I did the work, I put in the time, but now I have to relearn what school looked like, helping my son, my children on Zoom, helping them, watching them, trying to obtain and then maintain what I obtained, and then try to go back and pull what I remember. And things have really changed when it comes to school. A is still A, B is still B, 1 + 2 is still 3, but sometimes it looks like 1 + 2 = 5. Oh my God. So we have to revision and relearn what we forgot. We forgot how to say, baby, I'm proud of you. We forgot how to say, mama, what's going on in your life? We forgot to say, children, what's going on in school? Building this structured company brought business home, but the pandemic pushed us back home. I remember when my daughter used to say, Daddy, can I go to the office with you? Can I go to work with you? And I would say, baby, I have business meetings. It's going to be too busy. You have to stay here. Daddy, see you later. But this pandemic reconnected the rapport, the relationship, and the communication of the family, because now we're working from home and we're doing things from home. And so now baby get to see what daddy does in the office. Mama get to see what daddy is doing in the office. Family get to be engaged in and a part of it, different sectors of the house, but under the same roof. So we must restructure. We must refocus, get our vision back, then relearn what we forgot. If I can give you this quick example real quickly, when my daughter was younger, I was working all the time trying to make sure that I made provisions sufficient enough to give my family and loved ones a comfortable life. And my daughter came to me and her shoe was untied. And I said, tie her shoe. And at the time, my wife said, baby, tie your shoe. And I got irate. I said, you know she can't tie her shoe, you tie her shoe. And my baby looked at me and said, Daddy, I can tie my shoe. See? And my baby tied her shoe. That was a wake-up call for me. I missed one of the most precious times in life because I lost focus. I was structured in business. I was structured in bringing provisions. I was structured in being a provider, but I missed it. One of the most precious things in life, the foundation, my daughter learning to tie her own shoe. So there was a panic attack that went over the universe, whether it hit us all or not. But this pandemic made us recognize that there are some pertinent, important, potent, and powerful things that should be priority in our lives. And it pushed us back to the arena of relearning not only our wives, our husbands, our children, and the function of the home, learning what's been broken for 3 weeks, and we just called somebody else to fix what we were supposed to fix. We had to relearn what our own home is looking like, what our own children sound like, what our own mates smell like. We missed it, so we had to restructure, refocus, relearn. And the last thing I'm gonna say, the pandemic that looked like it was such a diabolical disaster has become a whole lot of our discovering deliverer. It was a deliverer for us to rediscover what we misprioritized. So I'm grateful that it forced us back to the basics. It forced us back to the foundation. It forced us back to how to build our company, how to look at it and not just deem and push everything on everybody else, but to keep our eyes on it if our hands are not in it. And it caused us, the last thing is to remember how we started. Remember the zeal we had, and it was mixed with knowledge. Remember the love we showed our family, and now the mountain was turned around, that what looked like a disaster has been our deliverer. So thank you so much that we all in our companies and in our families and our homes reconnect, come back together, spend quality time just as much, because as Louise said, whatever you give added value to its original worth, it becomes your master. And if you're not careful, it will replace your mate. My last book that I wrote was called Learning How to Balance Between My Master and My Mate. And that's one of our problems, even as entrepreneurs. We have to juggle rather than learning how to balance. So thank you all for the challenge of change. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this auspicious occasion that we will continue to go forward. Thank you.
And I do believe Vanel's going to put some information about his book onto the app, right?
Yes.
So I have a couple of questions. So one for Vanel. As the holiday season approaches, what are some recommendations for balancing work and life and how you're supposed to be with your family in this new time?
One of the things I think we can do as a balance is recreate the fun within the home. Sit everybody down, do word games, learn them. I know it may sound elementary, but that's part of going back to the basics. Again, we forestated that ABCs are still ABCs. So why is it gonna hurt for me to sit down and play tic-tac-toe with my grown kids or my baby or the mate? Why is it gonna hurt? It's not gonna hurt. So we recreate and relearn the fun in one another. Even with the holidays, sit in front of, make a mat on the floor, get a catalog, get a book, go down, Google all the things that you desire, the goals that you work toward, create the goal tree, the vision tree, the family tree, but do it as a unit. And I promise you, holidays will mean a whole lot more. Men cook with the women. Say, baby, you're not cooking today. I'm gonna cook. Just stand by me. Pass me the sugar, pass me the eggs and the butter. Now, it may not taste as well, but
That's perfect. I don't know, Vanilla, I think you like ours. Let's see, refocus, relearn, restructure, remember.
Yes.
There's a theme going on there. Tim, there's a question that is, if I have never had a financial advisor, and I'm fearful of what I don't know. What are some tips that you can provide for somebody who know they need to take that step but have not to date?
That's a great question. Because what happens is we're all embarrassed, right? To go and admit what we don't know and then to bare your soul and say, okay, here's what's going on. I think I should be here, but I'm only here. That happens a lot. So some couple of simple things are these. There's a 4-step process that everyone needs to go through. First step is risk management. It's taking care of your risk-based needs first. So what can go wrong? It takes a lifetime to climb the ladder. You can come down the ladder in a hurry. And I would think that every competent advisory firm on the planet has that listed as job one. Team, the single most important financial planning tool that you can use, the best one known to mankind, is a savings account. You need an emergency fund sufficient to cover about 6 months of living expenses. You do that before you do anything else. And so when someone asked the question earlier about women businesses now, you know what? This is not the first time we had a real problem in our businesses and our economy. And this isn't the last time either. I mean, this goes clear back. You talk about World War I, it was huge. And then there was the Spanish flu after that, and then the Great Depression, and then World War II, and then the Korean War, and then Vietnam, and presidential assassinations, and the economy going up and down, and it's not going to stop. This was just the most recent thing. So what do? Is you start making sure you're in position to do that, have some savings, make sure your insurance is where it needs to be and so forth. Then a systematic savings plan. Team, if you're going to accumulate anything, you need to invest, but you can't invest until you save. If you're trying to buy any kind of investments, you pay a lot lower fees if you're investing $25,000 than $5,000. So save up first and then invest from the savings. That's how that should work. And if you're going to save, you need a systematic savings plan. After that, look at wealth preservation and so forth. Our website is timothyradden.com, TIMOTHYRADDEN.com. There's no charge to access the website. And there's all kinds of tools and planning things and articles. I think that thing is 2,100 pages deep with information you can use to help you do your own plan. After that, if you need some help, give someone like me or Luis or somebody a call, and we'll happily assist you. Right? But that's a good way to get started.
Can I make a comment to that? I want to just piggyback on what Tim was saying, but one of the things that I always stress to people, because Tim is very right about, it's very challenging to open up your soul financially. It's a very sensitive subject. So you need to find someone that you can really trust. If you cannot trust someone or you don't feel comfortable, you're never going to get the right advice. It doesn't matter how good that person is, because if that person doesn't have the right information because you don't feel comfortable disclosing it, okay, that person, regardless of how good he or she is going to give you the wrong information, because he or she are not basing their advice on the right information. Okay. The other thing that I always ask people is, I constantly have people coming to me, well, you know, my neighbor said this, my brother said that, my cousin this, or my coworker. So there are two questions that I always ask. First of all, what qualifies that person to give that advice, that something is good or not good? Secondly, would you be really open? Do you really tell your brother or your cousin or your neighbor the information that you should be giving them to an advisor so they can give you the right advice back? So you need to always really make sure that you're working with someone that you can really trust, because you really need to. Someone said to me once, you really need to get naked, okay, when you're talking about finances with your advisor.
It's kind of like when you go to the doctor and you say, I have this problem, but you haven't told them about that other problem.
Yeah.
It can't really diagnose your situation. So I'm going to see, are there any questions from the audience?
I can mention one more thing for people who are.
But there's one other thing.
Oh, go
Tim
ahead, I'm
told
sorry.
me a story that segues very nicely to what Luis just added. He told me that this morning, and I asked you to share that story if you wouldn't mind. I would love for you to do that.
Yes, these are things that happen and they're so important about what's going on inside ourselves. I mentioned to Lynn a situation where we have a young lady who is a client of ours. She's a single mom, a couple of children. She's a real estate salesperson and not high end. Her average home sale like $170,000, and not a big producer, but she's doing well and she saves her money and pays her bills. She had gotten married and she married her best friend, which was a recipe for disaster. They were really great friends, but not so good as partners. They split up and they're way better off now. Everybody's a lot happier. She was at an event and she happened to recognize someone she had met in high school. They were not friends, didn't know each other. She recognized them. They fell in love in about 2 minutes, right? They got together, got married. He's a cook, wanted to become a chef and wanted to own his own restaurant, but had never been able to do so. They're married, he's living in her house, and she said, you know what, baby, take the money out of the house and go do it. He said, but this is a separate property asset. She said, well, we're married, it's gonna work out fine. So they took the loan on the house and found a restaurant, got the location, built out all the TIs. They went and hired the people and built out the tables, the chairs, the tablecloths, the knives, the forks, the walk-in refrigerator, the walk-in freezer, the vent, all this stuff with a scheduled opening date of March 14th of 2020. You know what this guy did? This is about your values and your vision, right? He said, well, that didn't work. Let's, instead of changing the purpose, let's go change the plan. He went to 2 major local hospital systems who had to shut down their in-house cooking department, right? And their cafeteria was shut down because of COVID. He's now doing 3,600 meals a day with, with no wait staff. He's still a chef. The hospitals are getting better quality food for less money, right? And so this is what happens. So if you're thinking about what you need to be doing, guys, the first thing that happens, you need to gain some clarity. And I'll tell you what those 3 things are. And this means, and I mean in writing, first is your values. What are the principles and the standards that you hold dear? Principles that you have an emotional attachment to. And you need to list those things out before you do anything else. Because if you don't know who you are, you can't communicate to an advisor who you are. Your values are so important. See, the values that you have that got you here to make you run a business and so forth, you had to give up sacrifices. There are people, maybe even family members, who you had to cut off. There was things you couldn't do. You couldn't stay up late at night. You had to go to school, whatever that was, right? Those are values that are so important to you, right? And they're never going to change. They're the same at 25 as they are at 75. Those values are far more important to the design of a financial plan than whether I know how to get your taxes down. Second thing is your vision for the future. This is the picture on the puzzle box, right? And if you don't know what that picture is, it's a lot harder to assemble the puzzle. You can do it, but it takes a lot longer. So what do you want that to actually look like? And then the third thing is, what are your goals? I have not one time had anyone make a list of their values and their vision, their goals, where they didn't, after analysis, find out that they had goals that were in conflict with their values. It's because we've been we've been playing this tape, right, for the last 10, 20, 15, 30 years, right? And you realize, oh, I want this, but you really don't, because something over here conflicts with this. Values, vision, goals. You get that stuff written down, then it's time to talk to an advisor.
Okay, perfect. So that wraps up our A Family Affair, some pearls to live with or to take with. Remember to restructure, refocus, and relearn. And remember that we are doing life together. And then remember your values, your vision, and your goals. With that, thank you all. And again, thank you to the panel. So you can follow my blog at bettingonme.com. I always just write
Okay, and congratulations for the team for finally getting the Zoom working. That's great. So thank you, family panel. We hope that we have given everyone something to think about and ways to stop worrying during this chaotic period of time. Last year, the WBC were focused on the conflicts arising from the differences in generations in the workplace. This year, the new challenges that we face in business and as business leaders are things like hiring, to managing, to retention, to telling people where to go. The next panel will address how to maintain productivity in the post-pandemic world. It is moderated by WBC Associate Dr. Vernette Joseph, the leader of the Live to Produce, a well-known public speaker and an internationally recognized ambassador of civility.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everyone doing today? Now I'm gonna need you guys to talk back to me a little bit. I know that we're social distancing and doing all of that great stuff. That is phenomenal. But in order for this panel to actually be engaging for you, I'm gonna need a little talk back. Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good morning.
Outstanding, outstanding. Thank you again, Lynn, for the panel on family. Now I want to talk to you guys about productivity in a post-pandemic world. To summarize what we'll be talking about today, the objectives will be employee productivity from structured disciplines and innovative solutions, managing work from home, or what we would call work from anywhere, and explore and navigate what we would call the generational divide, and then executive collaboration and ingenuity, and also racial equality. I'd like to actually bring up a good friend of mine and let them begin to summarize to you these different topics. But before doing so, I'd like this panel to actually show you, by a good friend of ours, Ms. Delmar Johnson, an actual video that we'll be playing talking about how to manage working from home. After that video, myself and Jerron will have a seat at the table so that you can be a fly on the wall on and in the conversation. Do we have Delmar's video? All right, check this out. Give us just a quick moment to get the video queued up. Delmar Johnson is a phenomenal speaker. She hails from—
So happy to be a part of the WBC's annual conference this year, and I appreciate the extension of the invitation
just
to
a little
join
bit
you
more volume.
This year for sustaining business in chaotic times. How do we do that? And today I'm going to be talking just a few minutes today and presenting to you managing working from home, finding balance between work and home. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to get straight to it because I want to appreciate the time that I have to share with you all today. So let's get started. So we're going to cover 3 things today. 1, steps to take for yourself. Number 2, steps for your family and friends. And number 3, I'm gonna round it out with some steps employers can take when they're managing remote workers. So we know without a doubt, the world has changed and normal has left the building. An undisputed reality for every household, business, and employees across the landscape of humanity trying to find balance. We have entered into a new dimension of normal. But according to the Gallup panel data, as of mid-April, the remote worker population had leveled off at 62%. That's a large percentage when you think about all of the working age individuals that are out in the workforce right now. So 62%, it had leveled off about 6 months ago. Finding the balance between working and home can be challenging. We all know that, but it's not impossible when you have the right boundaries in place. Now, statistics tells us there is no need to fear the new normal, okay, quotation marks, the new normal. According to a workspace provider IWG, 85% of businesses confirm that productivity has increased in their company because of greater flexibility. And flexibility has always been something that employees have wanted. Now, the flexibility came on the heels of a pandemic and issues that are going on in the world right now. However, the productivity and having the flexibility to do that after we've all adjusted to remote working, whether that's in our business, in the corporations or organizations that we work in, we've gotten more used to it over the last 6 or 7 months, and productivity is still high, which is a good thing. So we don't necessarily have to fear this new normal. So let's jump into the first point I wanted to cover. Steps to take by yourself. These are things that you need to take accountability for and do for yourself to set you up for success as a remote employee. And these are going to be very practical steps. The first step is follow a schedule. Now, that may not be so easy in your household, but in order to have a level of productivity for yourself every day and to be more organized, following a schedule is definitely one of those practical steps that will benefit all of us. Those of us who've been working remotely for a while and still adjusting, still pivoting and shifting how we need to, and those of you all that may be a little newer to the remote working environment. So follow a schedule. Create a start and an end time for your day, and create flexibility in between there, which we're going to talk about right now. So follow a schedule, set up a start time and an end time. Take your most challenging tasks and attack those where you have the highest energy of the day, and it's the peak time of how you get things done during the day. All right. So take your toughest challenges first, and then kind of wind down on those things that you can kind of knock out toward the end of the day. Another thing you want to do is actually design an office. That office space could be in the corner of your bedroom. That office space could be in an empty room that you hadn't used in a while, or maybe a room that's, you just kind of throw some junk in there. We all have a junk room in our home, right? Throw some junk in there, but you can clean it out, straighten it up, organize it, so it can be more fluid for how you're needing to work in your office. Again, whether you are a business owner or you're still in corporate America, being able to find those spaces in your home and actually designating that spot where you're going to work every day, following the schedule that you've made from point one, all right? So you want to design an office space that is conducive to how you work and that is comfortable for you. Another thing you want to do is change clothes. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only one that's guilty of, putting on the top and then maybe having pajama bottoms on, all right? But I don't know how many of you all saw that gentleman that was on a news outlet not too long ago, earlier in the season of this year. And he did not put on any pants. He had on a jacket, a shirt, and a tie, got through the interview, and before he got off, I guess he repositioned himself, and it hit the viral internet streets where he didn't have on any bottoms. So at least if you have on pajama bottoms, you're doing good. But I suggest that you actually change all of your clothes to really create the kind of energy that you need as though you were in the office. Limit distractions. Now, that's not always easy because there's a lot of distractions that are going on. Some of you all have school-age children, right? Some of you all may be living by yourself or just with you and your spouse or your significant other. But you want to limit the distractions of social media, being on the internet too much, watching too much TV, Netflix and chill, so you want to get to a point where you're limiting the distractions, especially during your prime working hours. In the evening time, we kind of relax ourselves, kind of chill out a little bit in the evening. But during your work hours, make sure that you are limiting your distractions. Then, of course, take breaks. take breaks. We're sitting in front of computers all day. We're on the phone. We're sending messages. The phone is ringing off the hook. We're having meetings. All kind of things are going on. But at some point, it's going to be important for you to take a break during those working hours. Maybe I'm by myself in saying this, but a lot of times my working hours are in the evening because I am an entrepreneur, full-time entrepreneur, so I can separate my time. Those working hours in the daytime, and then I have evening hours that I also work before I close everything down for the day. It doesn't always work with having as many breaks as I would like, but it's important to actually incorporate those breaks, 1 or 2 breaks during your high energy time of the day that you're really pumping out work. But at some point, maybe have a cup of tea, step outside and get some natural vitamin D from the sun, and just stand there and just absorb the beauty of the day, just to re-energize yourself, to kind of loosen up a little bit, kind of stretch and everything. Take a break, take a mental break, in particularly from all the hustle and bustle that can happen even as a remote worker, and being at home or being in an office that's away from your home, but you're still working as a remote worker. So those are 5 insights I wanted to give to you about the things that you need to do for yourself. Now let's kind of switch gears and talk about the steps to take with family, friends, and your colleagues. Number 1, talk to your boss. It will be easier to balance your life when you and your boss, agree on the overall expectations. Negotiate the flexibility you need to succeed. Now, with remote working, flexibility should be a part of that. And we've learned that over the last 6 or 7 months that it is really critical for flexibility to still be built in. But you have to have a conversation and communicate with your boss. Post your hours. Let people know your prime working hours, that you are in the thrust of getting things done, getting things checked off of your responsibility and accountability list for the day. So post those hours. When you communicate with your boss, or maybe with a business partner, let them know the hours that you're going to be working for the day that's going to be productive for you. Set up a virtual lunch. When this virtual Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Delmar Johnson. I'm so happy to be a part of the
I'll use two examples. The first one is if you're a writer, if you write, you know that you can use iCloud Notes, you can use Notepad, you can use Microsoft Office, you can use Google Docs, you can use Evernote or some third-party application, or you can use Scrivener. Each one of those is specific for what you're doing. Obviously, we know why Microsoft Office or Google Docs may be available, but if you're writing more of a screenplay or a book or something, Scrivener may be the best option. And so another example for that would be, as far as business, you may have Skype or you could use Zoom. But the thing is, you want to make sure that you're not paying for both services, or you're paying for something that, again, like the writing example, even though that may get the job done, there may be something more specific for your organization that helps with productivity. Also with that, Ms. Delmar kind of mentioned that about posting office hours. I do recommend having office hours, but also what you can do for friends and family. If you have an iPhone, you can turn your phone on Do Not Disturb driving mode, and you can customize that message. So if someone texts you while you're in driving mode, it'll automatically bounce back and say, hey, I'm doing X, Y, and Z right now, blah, blah, blah. So definitely recommend that, but it's not too hard to set up, but you will have to add them to a certain subgroup. So that way, when you turn on the driving mode versus regular Do Not Disturb, they get that kickback message. So then the third or fourth thing, they kind of intertwine, so I may go back and forth, is investing in the culture of technology. So this would be kind of hard to explain, but I'll try to explain it. It's a visceral concept, trying to make it very analog. If there are any young people in the room, Girlfriends just got added to Netflix. And so a lot of people have been watching that, and the conversation of making a list and you're finding a significant other came up. And a close friend of mine said that she doesn't have to make a list, she just has to find someone who loves them as much as I love technology, which is a pretty good concept. And so the thing is, though, is I don't worship technology, I don't idolize technology, but I understand the value of technology and what it brings to my life and how much it can improve my life. And so the thing is, you have to be able to personify that and show your team that through however unique way you do that. So that's where it kind of gets tricky. I do have some use cases depending on your niche, so I may be able to help. An example of that is a unique way is if you're in construction, if you're in engineering, if you're in public policy, things of that nature, I would recommend having your team play SimCity Build It. It helps with all those things, unique, fun team building and exercise, but they're also using technology, understanding the value of technology without being complicated. When it comes to the generational divide, I'll backtrack a little bit. So from a culture perspective, the generational divide is getting thinner. It's at a neutral point. So don't shoot me, I'm just a messenger. In the beginning of Corona, there was this phrase from young people. I was just as frustrated when I heard it, but they would make fun of Corona saying that it's the boomer remover, right? Obviously, that's not something, if you have that problem in your organization, I recommend talking to HR. I'm not necessarily here for that aspect of it. But going back to investing in the culture of technology, we're at a great point, but no one wants to, and I'm not being stereotypical here, but no one wants to wait, 20 minutes for someone to set up their Zoom camera or things like that. Of course, those little things will disrupt your organization, but as long as everyone understands the culture of technology, and this is where also understanding your digital assets comes into play, because there should be a seamless flow of technology. And that, again, increases productivity like crazy. I can go from my computer to my iPad to my phone seamlessly, and I notice my productivity has skyrocketed. And so then finally, just a few investments that you may or may not want to make in your team. One I do highly recommend if they're going to stay remote is investing in blue blockers. If you don't have them, they are glasses that filter the blue light technology that comes from screens. You can get some on Amazon. You can get a pack of 2 for about $10. The only thing is they come in 2 different colors, so maybe your team will have to fight over those. But the difference is amazing. Imagine if you were getting a massage while you were working, that's what it does for your eyes. So highly recommend those 1000%. And then also, I'm not on Apple's payroll, but I do recommend maybe investing in an iPad Air for your team, the newest version that just came out. That one, again, I don't want to go on a 20-minute rant about how much technology impacts, but this will most likely improve your productivity. It'll improve your creativity. Apple has an enterprise program, so you won't be paying the consumer $700 for the device. And so, of course, it depends how many you order. But let's say hypothetically you pay about $550. I can almost guarantee you'll make quadruple that. You'll make at least $2,000 back in productivity, creativity by investing in your team with that. But if you don't want to do that, I would challenge you to at least stop by your local school district, see if there's at least one student that can benefit from a Chromebook, because that definitely has, this Corona situation has definitely impacted students. There was a documentary on PBS Frontline called Growing Up Poor, and it focused on how the COVID impacted, poor communities, but more so from the perspective of the children. So the financial aspect aside, it really highlighted how much this pandemic disrupted the school system. I mean, some students don't have laptops, and it's a $300, $400 investment. You could write off as a tax write-off, but just definitely challenge you to do that if nothing else. And so with that, I will give it back.
Absolutely. I hope that you all are picking up what Jerron and Delmar are actually putting down. What we want you to understand is this: how are we going to be productive post-pandemic? We're still actually in the pandemic. There's a lot of innovation and ingenuity that has come out of the pandemic. You heard that on the family panel. No, Corona hasn't been the worst thing that we've ever seen. It may have been the first thing that has touched us globally. And what we need to do is start to look for innovative solutions to our actual problems. So what I hope that you're picking up right now is that we're not just here to talk to you so that you can hear us talk. We're here to actually give you solutions that you can take back to your organization or to your individual business that will help your employees actually begin to interact, engage, and begin to give you what we like to call peak performance. One of the things I want to share with you as you talk about productivity, it's about effectiveness and it's about efficiency. It's not about tasks. It's not about checking off a list. It's about getting the right things done in the less amount of time that you possibly can. It's about empowering your people, your individuals, your employees to bring out the best in them and help them to see their vision within your vision. One thing that I know for sure is when someone comes to work, if the environment and the culture is right, then you will get productivity every single time. So now that we are actually working from home, the question is, how can they be productive? Delmar gave you quite a few things for that. And now we talked about some of the tech side of actually being productive. There are apps, there are pieces of software, there's equipment that can help you to be more productive. There's speech dictations, there's all kinds of things. And as I've said before, we have more technology in our phones today than it took to put people on the moon. So you can actually run a business, and I have, worldwide from this cell phone here. So when we begin to talk about productivity in the workforce, but productivity from our employees from home, whether we're in the pandemic or post-pandemic, the key is creativity, the key is discipline, the key is structure, and the key is order. So as CEOs, what are you doing to help your individuals to be more productive for the bottom line of your organization? The next person that we'd like to bring up, it's going to be a series of slides, is someone who is new to the WBC advisors. She actually hails from the Big Apple, which we call New York City, and her name is Melba Duncan of the Duncan Group. She will help and discuss the current and future challenges of hiring support staff. Now, I believe we have some slides from her. I'm going to go ahead and go through those slides because I don't think Melba has an actual video. If we have those slides, I'll be more than happy to go over them, and I believe she will be connecting for the Q&A. So executive assistants, a collaborative network of ingenuity. Next slide. The executive assistant position is indispensable. How many people in the room can actually say that they appreciate If you have an executive assistant, raise your hand. How many people can honestly say that that assistant has changed their life and helped them with time management? Raise your hand. So it is imperative that even in a post-pandemic or involved in the pandemic society and world that we're in, that you have someone who helps you to manage your time. Can we agree on that? Next slide. Here's what we can do. Skills management, that's indispensability. If any of you know me, you know that networking is one of my pet peeves. But I don't network to collect a card. Is that Miss Melba?
Yes.
Miss Melba, how are you today?
Thank you. You've done a brilliant job thus far. I will just continue listening. Thank you.
Oh my
what
goodness.
a privilege this is.
Yes, it is. I can have you take over if you want me to go through it and then you talk on question and answer. It's totally up to you.
Please go through it.
Well, I am now Miss Melba's executive assistant for this next 15 minutes or so. And
I tell you, I would.
Productivity at its prime. Absolutely. So integrated workplace skills. We want our people to know what we need, but if you don't tell your people what you need, they cannot provide it for you. You cannot expect what you do not inspect. So you have to have integrative workplace skills. The evolved role. Listen, an executive assistant's role will forever change because your needs will continue to change. Now, this word right here is a little bit difficult for me because I don't believe in balance, but Ms. Melba says work-life balance. If I can adjust that just a little bit, Ms. Melba, I would say it would be work-life harmony. Because balance indicates that there's a stronghold on one side with more weight, more attention, or whatever the case may be. And what we're really looking for is harmony. We want you to be able to walk it out, work it out, and live it out. And from the executive standpoint, if you can model this, then so can your people. Next slide, please.
That's right.
3 core characteristics: accountability, trust, and adaptability. In this world, we have all got to be accountable to someone. Your employees have to be able to trust you, your vision, your mission, and know that you have their best interest at heart. And adaptability. As a military officer, I've got to tell you, everything is not going to go your way. So you have to be prepared to adjust, you have to be prepared to adapt, and you have to be prepared to pivot. Next slide, please. How do you become? It's very simple. Critical thinking. Critical thinking. You become by critical thinking because you don't know what the next hill looks like. You don't know what the next curve looks like. So you have to be ready. You have to have critical thinking, thinking on your feet and being able to accomplish the task. Next slide, please. Indispensable skills, as we just talked about: mission critical, future focused, multidisciplinary learning, adaptability. Make no assumptions. Make no assumptions. Get the answer and execute the task. Process innovation. Next slide, please. The 21st century executive assistant looks a little bit like this, and this is how the role has evolved. It's all about structure, innovation, and partnership. One of the things that I teach is relationship is the new currency. Collaboration is the way of the world, and partnerships is how you move forward. What you see right here: structure, innovation, and partnership. You cannot be who you are sitting in these seats today if you didn't learn these 3 steps or processes.
That's right.
Next slide, please. 21st century executive assistant, here's the continuous roles. We're looking at support specialist, we're looking at manager, communications expert, and then of course the executive assistant and partnership. Every organization needs this from top to bottom. This is the circle, if you would, the 360-degree effect that you need within your organization. Next slide, please. The executive as a business partner. Many people may not understand this, but you may be the CEO, but honestly, you're not the one that makes it happen.
That's right.
You may give the instructions and you may give the vision casting, but you are not the person that makes it happen. It is important and imperative for you to give to the lowest level, the lowest degree, the vision. Any organization that is still standing for 50 plus years or more, I guarantee you the vision from the head is the vision at the bottom. And that's what it's all about. Having boots on ground with everyone on the same playing field. So the executive role, goals, and personal mission. Role, goals, and personal mission. It's all about the roles, goals, and personal mission. You will set those boundaries, but you have to have good lines of communication. And those things have to be agreed upon. That's where the work habits come, and that's where the mutual expectation can actually move forward. And anyone new to your organization will have to fall in line, and if they don't, they will show up and show out immediately. Bad apple, time to go. Very simplistic, would you say? All right, next slide. Performance. Let me just highlight this. Experience, competencies, personal attributes, and knowledge. That's what you need to know. If you're expecting to get performance from your people, that's what they need to know. If you don't look for these things on the front end, then you're already going to have problems. But if you sift and filter from this lens, almost 99% of the time, you're going to have a great employee that's willing to run with you for an extended period of time. Next slide. Here's how we develop the course. Look at personal style, professional judgment, and self-management. And at some point, all three of these things intersect. And for me, Ms. Melba, I would say the intersection is what we call the sweet spot or the developmental course.
Right.
Or of who you're looking for and who you want on your organization is right in the center. Someone who can exercise professional judgment, they have personal style and self-management. Next slide. Success. There are so many different definitions of success, but here Ms. Melba points out attitude, commitment, vocabulary equals your reality. Your attitude truly does represent the altitude in which you can soar at. If you are not committed, then you won't last. And if you don't have the right vocabulary, then you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. So again, success in this regard is attitude plus commitment plus vocabulary will equal their reality. Next slide, please. Your personal mission statement. There's nothing worse in the business world than someone who talks a lot and does nothing. Evidence and results is my motto. And in order to have that, you've got to create your personal mission statement. And you've got to live that mission statement. No matter where you see me in the community or anywhere in the world, you're going to get the same person that's sitting up here on this panel today. Because I live my mission statement. And that's what you want from your employees. Next slide. Any questions, thoughts, or concerns from Ms. Melba? We do have her online.
Yes.
We can start with her.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I could not have delivered that in the way that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melba.
Oh, I am honored. Thank you very, very much.
Do we have any questions from the audience, really briefly, for Ms. Melba on her presentation?
As brilliantly delivered.
I'll go.
Yes,
Can you
ma'am.
hear me? Ms.
Yes.
Melba, can you talk about expectations between staff members, employees, and yourself as an executive? How do you go about establishing that?
That's a brilliant question and a very targeted one. I would suggest that we spend time getting to know who we have hired. I say to clients, and I say to myself, who do I become when things go wrong? Because how I behave in an environment and how executives today behave in environments determine whether they can build and establish relationships. Because this role, especially between executive and support and the rest of your team, is about trust, respect, and appreciation. You hire the right people for the position, and you enable those individuals to succeed beyond expectations. You provide opportunity for new learning, and you pay them well. When I meet with a CEO, I ask that question: who do you become when things go wrong? And I have to let you know, I see lots of body language that tells me here's who this person really is versus who he or she might want to project. That enables me then to find that right chief of staff or executive assistant to position with that executive. And that partnership relationship is exemplified throughout the organization. So you end up with a winning team. But it starts with knowing who you are. It starts with knowing what your purpose is. It starts with knowing why you chose this career. And I refer to this as a profession. And to executives, I say, hire that person and collaborate and communicate and share your expectations to enable that person to run way ahead of you, because guess what? We can. As assistants in the world today, it is the most valuable resource anyone has in their companies, provided you understand what that talent must be. And on the side of assistants, I say you have to continue to learn new skills. What you did 5 years ago may be somewhat irrelevant today. So thinking ahead of the executive and being able to communicate what you can perceive and understand that communication is based on trust and friendship and respect, you now have a very successful organization exemplified by that team. And everyone throughout wants to personify that team. So I put this all to work in my team. You have a problem. I need to know about it. I'm not judging. I want to assess and help. And that's it. It's the friendship and the respect that must be there in those relationships.
Thank you so much, Ms. Melba. We appreciate that. I'd like to take a time to ask Jerron a question. How can organizations take advantage of cutting the slack in a post-pandemic world, Jerron?
So this depends on, it goes back to which applications you're using. So you have to go through your organization, see what apps you have, which apps may be best. And I mean, for example, there's an app called Slack, which helps with productivity. So you just have to go and see, you just have to go through your organization, see what apps work best. And excuse me. But I would say don't also become a helicopter manager where you're just over their backs every 5 minutes, or have some, maybe if your industry specific needs it, where you have basically software that's watching their every move. That probably make them very uncomfortable, very uneasy to work there. And it's not about the whole I'm being spied on, but just the fact that, oh my gosh, if I don't get this task done in 5 minutes, I know that they're watching me, et cetera, et cetera. But just real simply, it all just comes down to making sure you understand what apps you need for your organization and then using those apps to its full capacity.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Jerron. Do we have Delmar online for question and answer?
Hello.
Delmar,
Hello,
how are
Delmar.
you?
I'm good. How are you all?
Phenomenal, phenomenal. Thank you so much. We really enjoyed your video. I'm going to ask you a question and then open it up for the audience to see if they have a question for you in specific. What does it take to successfully lead others in a post-pandemic world? When we're looking at working from home, and this is going to be a two-part question for you. One, what does it take to successfully lead others? But then two, how has recruiting practices changed since people are literally working from home?
Well, I believe what does it take? Let me get to the first question. What does it take to lead a remote team? Is that your first question?
Successfully, yes.
Okay, successfully. I believe those who are in managerial roles that's considered in leadership roles have to understand, first of all, who they are as a leader. They have to understand what their practice is as far as the type of leadership that they want to display in a technologically remote world. That sometimes that leadership may have been different when you were on, when we were all in the same place, right? When we was all on location. But in a remote world, you have to understand that. And Jaron just made a reference to that too. It's like you cannot be helicopter, you cannot be managing in the leadership role or in the leadership that you're displaying, because micromanagement, just as when you were on site, works the same way if you are operating in a remote format and you're managing those remote workers. They, first of all, they're adults. Let's start there. And then if they know what their responsibility is, then they're going to follow through with whatever those tasks or responsibilities that have been handed to them. So in the remote working world, you also have to have a level of empathy about what's going on. A lot of people have what I was talking about in the video. A lot of people have school-age children at home, from 5-year-olds to 17-year-olds that are about to graduate from high school. So there's a level of, and I like how you said it's not really work-life balance, but more like work-life harmony. So I'm gonna start using that, Dr. Burnett, thank you very much. But work-life harmony in that, where people are trying to figure things out. And even 8 months in, people are still trying to figure out how does their work schedule being in a remote location going to still allow them to be productive while they're still having to pay attention to their family, because now their family, they're all under the same roof. There's no mom and dad going out to the office and the children, being at school. So in a remote leadership role, you have to understand those dynamics that people are dealing with, but still also hold that employee still accountable for what they're supposed to produce. Right. However, you cannot micromanage, but you have to give them the autonomy to step up in their role as adults and perform still at a higher level, even when they're not in your presence.
That is very, very insightful. And the thing that, as I hear you speak and answer that question, I want to say to the audience that you can have two things, but you definitely can't have both. And those two things are, you can have control or you can have growth, but you can't have both. Yeah. And oftentimes as CEOs and in the C-suite, that's what we want to have. We want to have control and growth. But when you try to control someone, when the squeeze is on, there are two things that will happen. One, either you will suck the life out of someone, or two, you will cause them to produce juice. And the question is, what type of juice do you want? Sweet or bitter? And when you give people the opportunity to grow, although they may have a little pressure applied, they're not squeezed to the point where they can't live. They're squeezed to the point where they can produce for you. Right. So that's why I talk about not balance, but harmony, finding the right amount of pressure, the right amount of responsibility, and the right amount of authority that enables your employees to actually give you the sweet juice that you desire. Yes, indeed. Okay.
Very good analogy.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, very good analogy on that. And the second part of your question, and I know Melba can definitely speak to this, but recruitment has changed because now you truly do have to use technology, your guts, and being able to actually monitor from a video standpoint, body language and how people are asking questions inside of the interview. So you have to use a combination of things in the remote world to find the right person.
Right. Exactly.
Well, that's one of the things that we want to make sure that we are paying attention to. As we talked about recruitment, Listen, right now, we're on a work from anywhere and everywhere place.
That's
now, my
right.
question is, do you have, as we have today, do you have some form of marketing while you're working, right? Do you have something that shows, hey, I may be in a coffee shop, but I represent this organization? And if I can see you working right here and being productive, I may want to be a part of that. So we need to take advantage, if you would, of being able to recruit even outside. A lot of people would say, how in the world are you hiring in the midst of a pandemic? Well, guess what? Work still needs to get done.
That's right. That's right.
So let me ask you this, Jerron, in terms of the generational divide, would you say that it has increased or that it has decreased?
I got you on that. But real quick on recruitment, one thing that I did forget to mention, especially when it comes to interviewing, I would recommend your organization, if you haven't already, invest in an HD camera for your webcam. Makes all the difference, especially for that first impression. So as far as the generational divide, I would say as a whole for now, it has gotten smaller, but that's where it's at that neutral point. So as long as you make the investment in technology and there's no
Could you tell her, please, that
arguments about
I'm
that,
doing this
then it
video?
should be good. Again, you have the whole boomer remover, you have all that nonsense, and then you have the political stuff that's going on, but nobody's in office, it seems like. So as long as there's great technology, the culture is understood how technology empowers the people and the organization, it should be good to go.
Really quickly, I just want to make sure that we're online. Denise, I see you looking at me, so I want to make sure.
Oh, no, I've got a question.
Got a question. Okay, talk to us, Miss Denise.
Okay. This is a great presentation. Hi, Melba. Hi, Delmar.
Hello.
My question is, in the research from any of you, including Joanne or Burnett, is there a difference generation-wise between people who like working from home and people who don't like working from home?
It's a great
Is there any
question.
difference? Is there any difference between those two?
Absolutely, but I'll defer first to those who are online, and then Jerron and I can follow up on that. Melba or Delmar? Delmar, I think you're on mute. Hold on a minute, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
They had to unmute me, I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go.
So what was the question again?
Okay, the question was, in any of the research that you've all been involved in or heard of, is there any difference between generations of those who like working from home and those who don't like working from home? So do younger people dislike working from home more because they want to be more social, or do adults, older adults, dislike working from home because that's not what they're used to?
Right.
What is, is there any data or any, discussion going on about that?
I think the younger generation has less of a problem working at home because they're already tech savvy.
Yes.
They're already wanting to be able to be a little bit more free anyway, because they want to dictate their own path when it comes to where they work and when they work. Whereas the older generation, and that could be included my generation and above, okay, and older, who are maybe not as tech savvy, or they're so used to maybe more the traditional way of working, that they've had a little bit more adjustment. I don't have necessarily statistical stats and numbers to share with you right now, but just in the conversation with those in several different generations. I'm a Gen Xer, my business partner is a millennial, and then you have the baby boomers who are still working, right? So those who were not as tech savvy before, but they were able to work in an on-site location a lot better because there was always assistance if something happened with the computer and technology, have had a little bit more adjustment time and adjustment curve versus those that are younger, that was a little bit more tech savvy, that loves the fact that they can take their Mac Pro book and go sit in a Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts,
right,
or whatever, and do their work. So it can vary depending on how tech savvy the person was or is.
That's, if I may jump in for a moment, it's interesting because we live with these populations in the world of assisting. And I've noticed that over the last 3 or 4 months, those who are in the younger generation are excited about working from home because and this again is because you are reporting to and managing the lives of CEOs. So the reality is that you're always working from home. So it's no surprise. However, the younger generation has opportunity now to get up at 3 a.m. and jump on their computers and then get down by 9 and then call me at 10 and say, Melba, I need an hour to talk with you. Can you guide me? Whereas the more traditional assistants are still within the structure that has been established for them. The CEO needs you between this time, and this time. And so you set up your life accordingly. So there's a bit more flexibility in the younger group as we know, but there's still a commitment to making sure you meet expectations and you do not in any way default and leave that executive without the support that is demanded in that role. So it's a little different in this population because you work all the time. When I was an assistant working for the CEO of Lehman Brothers, I worked all the time. And it didn't mean anything to anyone other than Melba's working. And today it's the same thing. It's 24/8, as I call it. It's no longer 24/7. It's 24/8 for those individuals who are in this world of C-suite support and those who want to be in this world. But you're right, the younger generation is very excited about being able to work from home. And the traditional group actually has always worked within that structure.
Yeah.
So they accommodate it much more readily, I think.
Thank you so much, Melba and Ms. Del Mar. Gerard, would you like to chime in on that?
Yeah, so everything was pretty much already mentioned. There is a reminder that there may be in between 4 and 5 generations working in your workplace.
That's right.
So you have the silent generation, or it could be, excuse me, the greatest generation. That's what they're called. I didn't give them that name. The baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, and then Gen Z. So for Gen Z, millennials, and possibly Gen X, working from home is not necessarily a problem, but the key thing is most of us aren't working from home. Usually go to a Starbucks or something. I usually go to a park. Highly recommend that. And so it just depends on your flexibility. When it comes to the older generations, which is usually baby boomers, the greatest generation, I think that's kind of rare. That's like Warren Buffett. But even then, he works from his iPhone. So there's an argument there. But they are changing. So I was looking at some research the other day. If you need the source, I can pull it up for you. But if you go to Google Alerts and type in baby boomers, it'll pop up. And so now that baby boomers are getting more used to working from home or working with flexibility, they are enjoying it a bit more. Some don't mind going back to the office, but they want that flexibility of that hybrid experience. I can go to the office when I want to, or I could go somewhere else if I please. So I'd say it's a balance between both. It just depends on, as already stated, what their technology literacy comes down to.
Absolutely. If I could summarize, what everyone has said, at the end of the day, this is what we're dealing with today. You're dealing with a tech issue, you're dealing with a traditional issue, and then you're dealing with a temperament issue. And to be honest with you, if you have the temperament to where you can literally work from anywhere, it really doesn't matter your age. Now, the tradition side of it will say, well, typically I go in from 9 to 5 and yada, yada, yada. But if your temperament says that I'm a go-getter, I'm a starter, I can do things on my own, guess what? I could be at home like Warren Buffett. I can be, like the CEO of Google and X, Y, and Z, right?
That's right.
The thing is what makes you comfortable. Now, there are stereotypes, tags that people will put upon you, but honestly, you're a barrier breaker. And who you are is what makes the real difference. Anyone can work from home if you're ordered, structured, and disciplined. Anyone can work from anywhere. I have partners right now working from across the globe. Their organization may be in the United States, but they're on a beach and they're enjoying life. As long as they've got Wi-Fi and connectivity, guess what? They're still getting the job done and the paycheck is still the same. So what I would tell everyone is what we have to look at innately, what were we taught? To swap hours for money. What Corona has taught us is that you can do that from anywhere. And what Corona has helped organizations realize is you don't need a brick and mortar to be successful.
Right.
So when we begin to talk about, working from home, what the generation is, whatever, listen, I am a person who believes in breaking barriers and cracking molds. So be who you are and be as productive as you can be in your own right. Don't let anyone put you in a box or try to stamp you to be what they want you to be. The key is to become an indispensable partner and make them say, I must have him or her. That's it. That's how you maintain productivity as an employee. I'll leave this with you. We have about 5 minutes left, but I want to leave this statement with you. Being an indispensable partner is about answering the problem. It's about bringing solutions that aren't seen. Most people are willing to go with the status quo, but those who are willing to go against the grain are those who other people end up working for. So my challenge to you as C-suite executives is to challenge your people to be creative, to be innovative, to bring ingenuity, and to bring a spark and a flair to your organization like never before. Because we can talk about the trillionaires in the organizational space, but let me share this with you. Those people who are at that level, do you want to know what the commonality is? The commonality is this, is they empower other people to be great at what they do.
That's right.
And they just happen to be the umbrella in which they do it under. So if you want your employees or your organizations or your arms in the Caribbean and in East Africa and India or wherever you may want to have business, empower your people to be great.
Right.
I want to close this off by asking one simple question to the entire panel. How do you motivate employees to be innovative, to be creative, and to be ingenuitive in this day and age? Anyone can start.
I believe
So one
way-
of the
Oh,
first things that you should do is I recommend is having a personality test for your team as well. So that way you understand who they are as an individual, and then you'll have more of an insight to answer that question. I know that's not a direct answer, but highly recommend personality tests.
Personality test. Let us give you a couple of those. You can do the high five, you can do the temperament test, you can do the Enneagram, you can do several things. And I recommend this highly to all of you as C-suite executives, because when you know someone is an ENFP or whatever the case may be, it teaches you what motivates them and how to work with them. Great, great answer, Gerard. Did we have Melba or Ms. Del Mar?
Yes, actually, mine was kind of almost in connection with Jaron. I was thinking that, and this is one of my missions, to help corporate entities as well as the growing small business owners that I work with, is to intentionally build a strengths-based leadership and team culture and environment. A lot of times, employees may be stuck on the task, the tasks that need to get done, but they're not necessarily utilizing their employees at the level they can be utilizing them, because you have not tapped into what those strengths are that they bring to the table beyond the job that they may be sitting in right now. So one of my suggestions is to take the Clifton Strength Finders test, and I actually help come in and facilitate that. Once you've taken, it's like, how do you look at your top 5 skills and create a strength-based team, a strength-based workforce around that? So you have to tap into their strengths so they can be able to actually operate at a higher level than where they may be in the job that they're in, because in some cases you may have the person in the wrong job.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Del Mar. We really do appreciate it. Ms. Melba, we have less than 2 minutes if you would like to answer that question.
Thank you.
as
Yes. I think the key, in my experience, is to match the person to the role. And I do that by first conducting an interview. Of course, we do the test, the psychological testing. But then I ask each candidate in whom I have an interest to provide a document for me called a professional summary. And in that document, I want to make sure about a few things since we're working with CEOs. I do the same thing, by the way, with CEOs. I ask for what you've done well, what you would like to continue to do, what you need to learn, what you know about this role, and describe the person for me with whom you have the most affiliation and with whom you'd have the most comfort. What do you expect from this position? I want a page and a half maximum. And that person who's interested will send me that document and we will analyze it. Because if you don't know what you do well, and if you're in a position where you're not offered the opportunity to do what you do well, it's not going to be a success. So you have to know, first of all, where do you excel? What do you enjoy? And I know I have a minute left. What do you enjoy? What do you enjoy most? And with whom, if you could choose one person in the world to work with, who would that be and why? So knowing yourself is imperative, and matching yourself and the skills you have to the roles we've decided are, to the tasks we've decided must be met at a high standard, and also the confidence to learn what you need to learn.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Melba. Listen, we definitely appreciate your time. We hope that we've given you some solutions, some tips, some tools or strategies that will help you in your organization. At the end of the day, let me leave this statement with you. People are not looking for you. They are looking for what you're carrying. Help your people to be productive.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm honored to have been a part of this. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Varnett.
Thank you, Dr. Varnett.
Wow, what a presentation. I'd like to personally thank Dr. Burnett and his team, Melba and Jaron and Ms. Delmar. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
With that, we are now going to take a 15-minute break. I believe we have lunch. Is that correct? Do we have lunch right now? We encourage you to visit all of the digital exhibits online. Hopefully, we will have a list of some of our technology that is available and everything else that this wonderful team brought to us. And now we're going to have some information from our sponsors on the app as well. Do we have that? Okay. So we will be back, what, at 11:15? Okay, so we have a 15-minute break. Are you the next?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Kyle.
Is it too late to back out?
No, we're just locking doors.
Sounds good.
Rock and roll.
You guys gonna throw me in the middle?
Yep.
Are you guys actually smiling?
Yes.
Just with your eyes? I haven't managed that one yet. Just with the eyes.
All right.
There you go, guys.
Thank you.
All right, knock that off.
How you doing? Good, how are you? Good to see you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That was wonderful. Love your spirit and your energy. That was a great discussion.
Looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. I know. Oh, thank you. Good. I know. Well, everything's been so 2D. You know, it's nice to be able to see people in person now. I mean, Zoom fatigue is real.
It's real.
Hey, are these guys already on and all that? Okay.
Flip them up and you're ready to go. Do.
I think mine's on. This is a good turnout. I know that she was expecting originally 75 and then ASU said 50 and then, you know, but I feel like I've done so many events in my life, so many. Haven't you?
Oh,
And it's
absolutely.
like the people who are supposed to come,
Are gonna be
they
there.
are going to be
They're
here.
gonna be there. Absolutely.
And I think this is wonderful. I mean, I don't know about you, but this is my first in-person anything.
No,
I mean, I've braved a couple of coffees and a couple of,
no, this is not my first in person. I'm president of what we call the Arizona Foundation.
oh yes.
And what we've been doing, we've been on the blank. Chris participated. We brought in police chiefs. Talk about, you know, all this racial, of course, and we've done that in person. Of course, we've limited, and the room has been set up, so physical distancing is there. And we've had 4 of those in Arizona alone. And I just came back from Indiana.
Oh.
We worked with the attorney general, all the powers to be in law enforcement out there, and that was in person. They could have up to 250 people in the room. Still trying to come get in. Like other police chiefs that didn't sign up right away.
Oh my
trying to get
gosh.
in.
Yeah.
Like, no, you can't come. You've had this amount of time to RSVP, right? So I've been doing the in-person deals, you know, I'll continue to get my COVID test. I just got a new one, right? I just got the response back today, right? All I keep getting those negatives, I'm good. So yeah, we've been doing some in-person deals.
Good.
I know a lot of people still leery about. I'm like, look, you go to the grocery store, if you go out of your house, you go. This environment is probably better than some of the others. So.
And I do, you know, this may or may not happen. There's no pressure. I do have a call at noon that I might try to hop on if we end on time. If not, there's no pressure.
Well, no.
This is the priority, but I have a client who's.
Supposed to be, do you know?
I thought noon.
We'll probably be done before that.
Okay.
I'll watch the time.
That's fine. Oh, actually, I think we might be tracking 15 minutes behind because we were supposed to go from 11 to 11:45.
Actually, 11:15.
Was it? Okay. The calendar hold I got was from 11 to 11:45. No worries.
I'm okay with having a short, quick session.
Yeah. Is the gal in the stripy dress kind of the MC, or do we have a, who? Oh,
Not her.
oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the one who was sitting there.
The black dress.
Black dress. Yeah. Avril, maybe?
Oh,
Ooh.
Testing 1, 2. Your hard stop is 12 noon?
Don't worry about it.
Gonna be a Zoom or you're gonna?
It's a Zoom. Zoom. We know it is.
I stepped out. I just had an hour board meeting. I just came back in for one session. I was like, look, I'll be there. I'm gonna be at a conference, but I'll get on. It was important.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, can you hear me? All right. So welcome back, everybody. We still have a lot to go through today, some really exciting talks coming up. And while many of us are attending this conference here live and on Zoom, we have survived.
Yes.
Some of us have fared better than most around the United States this year, but we have lost customers. We have lost income. And we're all probably apprehensive about what is going to happen to us moving forward, to our businesses, to our country, in last quarter or in the next few years. But Arizona is unique in many ways. Though other parts of the country have been losing population and businesses, we have been gaining. We are very, very lucky to be able to hear from several people and agencies who know a lot about both historically and the prospects of what lie ahead. I would like to welcome Ron Williams, CEO of Contacts to Contracts. That tells us something about his talent. And Arizona. Ron?
Thank you, Ariel. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our session, Recovery and Retention of Clients Post-Pandemic. Thank you for the introduction. Also on the panel with me, I have Cameron Robb, and she's going to introduce herself a little bit later. She's from the Greater Phoenix Economic Council. I wanted to have Mr. Jonathan Kaiser with us in person, but he could not be with us. So we are very honored to have the fact that he has provided a video for us to play and share with you. And he will explain, I think, in that video as well, why he could not be with us. And then we will continue with our panel session. So if you have that ready to go, Sal, let me read this
Hello, everyone. My name is.
Yeah, let me read this real quick before you read. Jonathan Kaiser is a founder and thought leader behind Kaiser. By using selfless service model in just 6 years, Kaiser became the largest tenant rep commercial real estate firm in Arizona and one of the most rapidly growing in the country. In addition to being an entrepreneur, Jonathan is an author, columnist, national renowned speaker, and is currently working towards the launch of the Kaiser Institute to train companies and the next generation of selfless leaders. So with that, we can proceed with the video for Jonathan.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan Kaiser. And for those of you who do not know me, I have a commercial real estate firm here in Arizona. Last name, Kaiser. Name of the firm, Kaiser. I know, very creative. I spent $1 million coming up with it. But anyways, what I am honored to do today, first of all, Denise is a great friend and a wonderful person, and I'm honored to be able to help. I'd love to have been there in person, but with the baby on the way, we're trying to be a little bit extra careful in today's environment because of COVID and the second wave coming. So apologies that I couldn't be there in person, but she asked me to talk briefly from a commercial real estate perspective about what we're seeing, the impact on Arizona, and kind of what to expect. So I'll just dive right in if that's okay with all of you. First of all, one of the things that we're seeing that you don't hear a lot about is that real estate, and commercial real estate in particular, tends to lag the general economy. So what does that mean? Well, if you assume that the pandemic started February, March, whenever you pin that date, right now we're just starting to see the implications of the downturn hit commercial real estate. And what does that mean? Well, we're seeing an increase in vacancy, right? So many companies putting space back on the market, sublease space hitting the market. And then we're also seeing an increase in delinquencies on commercial mortgages. And so all of these things combined to say the next 1.5 to 2 years are going to really likely have a downturn in the commercial real estate sector. And I'm talking nationally, potentially even globally, but there are some different factors as it relates to different parts of the globe. So Arizona is uniquely suited in the sense where, because of COVID and the recognition of the difficulties of big cities in a COVID type environment, we are seeing a massive influx of companies to Arizona. There are 200 companies in the pipeline that Greater Phoenix Economic Council is talking to right now that are looking at coming to Arizona. So the pipeline's never been busier, and that's going to help to offset some of the negative impacts that we're seeing here in Arizona. But that's not going to save everything, right? And so what we're seeing in the office sector is we're seeing companies rethinking how they occupy their space. We're working with a lot of companies, helping them come up with a plan for how they're going to look post-pandemic. I call it the leapfrog planning. You do whatever you have to do in today's environment, right? Because it's the pandemic. So you just do what you have to do to survive. But post-pandemic planning you can be doing now and saying, how do we want to look as an organization? And what are those factors that determine whether we want to have people working from home? Is there going to be some sort of interplay? And so we're helping a lot of organizations think through that and plan that right now. In fact, if you go to our website, Kaiser.com, we have a free resource that you can download that'll help you with that planning. So that's kind of point number one. Point number two is when you think about the market as a whole, and you think about how this impact is going to trickle down, if you look at the other sectors, right? Retail's getting hammered, but you're already seeing a resurgence of new entities looking to replace some of the space, but retail's gonna be in a bad state for quite some time. Industrial has been touted as the saving grace for commercial real estate because of e-commerce and so many factors going into industrial demand that's increased since we saw the pandemic hit. But what we're finding is that since so many of the organizations that were utilizing industrial space are being impacted in other ways by the pandemic, right? Their businesses are being impacted. You're seeing vacancy rates start to creep up in industrial nationally as well. Multifamily's been hit super hard, et cetera. So one of the things that we're doing as an organization with many, many companies, we're busier than we've ever been. We're growing like a weed, and it's because so many companies are looking for advice on how they should be thinking about their commercial real estate right now. What do you do with your leases, right? You're not occupying, or if you are, you're partially occupying. How do you renegotiate those leases? What kind of space needs you're gonna have? And so we're offering a free review for any of the attendees here. I made Denise this deal. Any of your attendees, any of you attendees, I should say, if you have any interest in a free strategy call with one of Kaiser's professionals, we'd be happy to sit down and kind of walk you through some ideas, take a look at your situation, and figure out if there's ways that we can help, regardless of what kind of space that you're in. And again, if you go to our website, there's also just a free document that you could download that will help you navigate in this post-pandemic environment. The contact information for me is JK, I keep it really simple, JK jk@kaiser.com. So jk@keyser.com. Happy to help any of you. Again, wish I could be there in person. Grateful for Denise and the rest of the panelists for all that they do. And let's stay strong as a community and get through this together. And don't forget to wear your mask. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. I surely would have hoped that he would have been here with us. He's such a dynamic and is full of useful information. And I would encourage all of you to take him up on his offer to reach out to him for that free session. Give you a little bit about myself so you can kind of understand the lens that I'm speaking from today. And I would ask Cameron to do that as well. And I'll make it real short. I am a U.S. Air Force veteran, service disabled veteran, Desert Storm era veteran. And I ran for 6 years, I ran the local Arizona chapter of the National Minority Supply Development Council. And we're very happy to have in the room my good friend who ran the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And also 6 years of doing that, also started Contacts to Contracts back in 2009. And basically what I did was take the combination of experiences that I had running 3 different business development agencies. One was the Arizona Procurement Technical Assistance Network, where I effectively helped Arizona companies win and compete government contracts. Because I was a contracting officer with the federal government, I knew all of the steps, all of the secrets, all of the secret sauce to make that happen. So very successful. It was the top rated program in the Department of Defense. I went from there and became director of the Arizona Native American Business Development Center, working with 16 tribes across Arizona and outside of Arizona. A very successful program. Spent some time at the city of Phoenix in their business relations section, and then ultimately ran the Arizona chapter of the Minority Council, working with Fortune 500 companies, helping diverse businesses get in the door and help them understand how to get those contracts with those Fortune 500 organizations. So that is my lens. So clearly, you can see that my expertise is in business development, right? Creation, business development. So the retention and the recovery, I did a little research. So we'll share some of that research with you today. So Cameron Robb, share with the audience who you are. Tell them about yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Ron. It's nice to be here. I have to say, you know, Denise has been such a motivator. She's such an inspiration, and I love the way that she's able to gather people. But this is the first time that I've had to wear a coat or anything like that, like in months. And I remember someone once told me that I committed professional suicide because I wore jeans to a meeting. And when I think about what I can do in sweatpants today, but, you know, I mean, I feel like so much of the optics of how we're supposed to work versus how we're actually working tells a great story. So a little bit about my background. I'm a native Phoenician, born and raised here, and I've lived in New York and LA, but I boomeranged back and had a 17-year career in higher education. Actually, the last 5 years were spent here at ASU, and I was in the business of talent. So I managed all of the employer relationships across all 19 colleges and schools here to try to help plug in interns, MBAs, graduates, alumni. And so it was through that kind of labor lens that I became acquainted with the Greater Phoenix Economic Council, and that's where I am now. So I'm a senior director on the business development team. And essentially, our mission is to attract and grow quality business in the region and to advocate for our competitiveness. So we do that through kind of a trifecta model of marketing and strategy and business development. And so what we were doing, let's say this time last year, looks very different from how we're operating business today. But as Jonathan mentioned, it's incredible the amount of prospects that are coming and taking a look at Arizona. So one of the things that I can share with you is there was a softening, obviously, in March and in April, but we have picked up the pace to such a degree that we're actually probably 10 prospects over where we were this time last month or last year, which is kind of remarkable when you think about the fact that a lot of people have not been traveling. They're still looking at where they can cost optimize, where they can access a wide, talented workforce. You know, we've got modern infrastructure, great connectivity. We don't have natural disasters. So we're really competitive in a lot of ways. And since COVID-19, we've been very deep in our response to the pandemic locally. And so even though our mission is to go external to the market and bring business in, when everything slowed down, we had to really take a look at our communities, because the way that GPEC works is we're a nonprofit organization. And so we are, you know, really bolstered by our public and private partnerships. And so we serve 22 member, you know, cities and towns, all 22 cities that make up the region, which, by the way, is 73% of the state's economy. So Maricopa County is the fastest growing county in the nation and has been for 5 years in a row. And of course, we're the 5th largest city. So you take a look at that growth that's happening externally. We also work internationally. We had to really, and what, I'm just going to do a quick pulse of the audience here. What is the most overused word of 2020? Pivot? Everybody's pivoting. But it's true. We had to really take a look at what we were doing to serve our local communities. And so we came up with an immediate response to the pandemic, and we opened up chat lines, we opened up resources, we had our COO work with big banks in town to create literally kind of what a mock application would be for those CARES Act funds and the PPP loan program. So we could go straight to the businesses within our region, because you may know this already, but the small to medium business group represents 99% of our economy in the region. So when we think about how hard some of those businesses have been hit, we stepped in immediately to try to keep them lifted up, encouraged, you know, optimize whatever resources they had access to. And so we became, you know, kind of a body for them to go to for resources. So, you know, that's really where we are now as far as helping our local businesses thrive. But as Jonathan mentioned, we do have over 240 active prospects external to the market, looking at either relocating or expanding here to Greater Phoenix. And a third of those are coming from California, which I think we're all aware enough about how expensive it is to do business in California. We're probably 43% less in terms of operating cost. You know, but we've got, out of that, the third coming from California, 83% of those are manufacturers. So the interesting thing about our business landscape here is that we're not a one-trick pony, meaning we're not a steel town, we're not a car town, we're not a, right? We have a lot of diverse industry here. You know, we've got deep roots in aerospace and defense, deep roots in microelectronics and semiconductors. And now we're looking at a new deal you may have heard with TSMC, a Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing company, who could be injecting $13 billion into our economy, adding 4,000 jobs with a dozen suppliers associated with that, project alone. So it'll take years. We're working with the state, we're working with the governor, we're working with the White House on bringing that, activity to the region, but that's a big game changer for us. And so, you know, I think historically we saw more office projects than we saw industrial, but now because of the current climate, we're seeing a lot in healthcare, seeing a lot in bioscience, seeing a lot in manufacturing, PPP and other, what do you call it? Yeah, PPE, right? And other. And so that's really what we're looking at, is how to balance, you know, this demand for industrial space versus keeping the activity alive in the office sector when that picture is completely different. I think, you know, we've heard from a lot of people about 30%, maybe 25% have returned to work, but everybody else is still cozy at home in their sweats getting it done. Yeah.
Well, we've all heard the stories of the jacket on top and the boxer shorts on the bottom. This is real. So thank you for that, Cameron. Anybody have any questions for Cameron at this time? We do want this to be interactive because you have a limited lens with both me and business development, Cameron and the business development. That's why I really hope that Jonathan could have joined us. But let me just share with you in business development area, you know, in my military and private sector experiences, I've helped companies win over $100 billion in contracts. So having said that, I look at my own situation when it comes to this subject that we're talking about. I own a restaurant at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, right? And we knew that as long as we didn't have another 9/11, we were going to be fine. We knew exactly what our revenue was going to be before we opened our doors. The research was there, it was clear. When COVID hit, we were not prepared. We simply were not prepared. All the contingency plans, all the recovery plans that were in place, we were not prepared. So consequently, we closed the doors, right? And so we've gone through this process, working through city council and our funders, right, to kind of reopen the doors just recently. So just know that there's no magic bullet as we kind of go through this information as far as recovery and retention of clients. There's no magic bullet. So I'm going to share with you a little information. Victor Holt, the CEO of 5 Stars, and the Forbes council members shared that in neighborhoods across the country, small businesses tie the community together. They serve as gathering places for friends and celebration that provide jobs for locals and character to their neighborhood, brings character. COVID-19 flipped these communities upside down in a matter of weeks, right? We know small business owners nationwide are beginning to understand the lingering impacts of the pandemic and just how much we'll need to adjust operations. It could take months, if not years, for small businesses to adapt to this new normal. Fortunately, their loyal customers wait eagerly for reopenings because for many, these local shops once offered a sense of home. Now, the researchers and the powers that be, as far as us restaurateurs at the airport, the research was clear, and we just had to live with the fact that we will not get back up to 2019 levels at the airport until 2023. So, meaning that although we did our best to retain our employees, we went broke trying to make sure that they had food on the table for their families, but we did that. It was important for us to do that because we knew that retaining our customers, retaining our employees was really important because they were the key to retaining those repeat customers that come through the airport. You know, people think it's a captive audience for restaurants owners at the airport, but that's not necessarily true. You still have to bring that over-the-top customer service and that great experience for them each and every time they visit you. So, and also in this research said to recover from the punch of today's global pandemic, enhancing relationships with loyal, returning customers is key. Here are 3 reasons why I believe in investing in retaining customers over acquiring new ones is such a valuable avenue for small business owners. So I'm gonna go through the 3 areas that small business recovery lies. 3 reasons why small business recovery relies on customer retention, not acquisition. And again, clearly my background is in business development. I just want you to really, truly understand that. I'm not a recovery and retention specialist by no means. So as moderator, again, I had to do my homework so that we can have a discussion about this. Returning customers offer a return on investment, right? During the global pandemic, having positive relationship with customers is proven its importance. So if you waited till the pandemic to try to, get raving fine, have your customers become raving customers, that is not the time. So me sharing this now with you, I don't know how valuable that is, but that should have been done on the front end. You know, all the great things that you do to retain your clients now, you're still gonna have to do that during this pandemic period. So these regular customers don't simply show up and help boost business when sales are low. Studies show that they are the ones driving most business profits because they spend more at a higher frequency than new customers do, right? According to an Adobe report, about 40% of a business's revenue comes from repeat customers. We know that, right? Comes from repeat customers who represent only 8% of all visitors. For context, it takes 5 new customers to equal the amount it takes 5 new customers to equal the amount one repeat customer spends in an average transaction. So Bain & Company released a study showing that a simple 5% increase in retention can result in a profit of 25% or more. That's why retaining these loyal customers can offer a high return on investment. Number 2, returning customers help a business predict needs. Returning customers make it easier to predict income flow and inventory because small businesses can learn from their purchase history through point of sale integrations offered by many payment companies. While sporadic insights from new customers can say a thing or two about effectiveness of a marketing strategy, when it comes to actually growing a business, consistency is key. If insights from returning customers are gathered and analyzed, stores can spot trends and adapt their offerings to run a more efficient operation. So that's number 2. Returning customers. Number 3, returning customers are low-cost marketing targets. I think we could all agree. So I won't sugarcoat it. If loyal customers spend more than new ones, the reality is most of the country is on a tight budget and spending less right now. So what I've been able to do successfully through my company, Contacts to Contracts, which takes all of my experiences, and I've been able to bring on some great partners, experts in their field, to leverage those relationships. And we knew we weren't anticipating a pandemic, but we knew that strengthening those partnerships and relationships and strategic partnerships is really how you grow. It's really how you put your roots in the ground so that when the wind blows, your roots are strong and your business just doesn't get wiped out. So you want to jump in with anything else, Cameron?
I do, and I appreciate that because I think what you've laid out are some pretty good nuggets for how to sustain a business. And if it helps to provide a sense of optimism, just considering that that can be hard to do during a pandemic, meaning get new customers and so forth. I just want to let you know that, Arizona is expecting much better or experiencing much better results than we expected. So, we're currently the 3rd lowest in the nation for GDP performance, and we're already back about 60% in terms of job recovery. So we're getting back. And, when it comes to, and I'm sorry about, your shop at the airport, because that's tough. And that's really been the pain of everything that we've experienced as a community together. I feel like any business that goes under or is experiencing that type of, cramp or shutdown, I mean, we all feel that. And so I would just plug that if you have the means and you can support local, and by local, that money stays here and it generates more wealth for our local economy. So, the big boxes are doing fine. And if we can inject our spending into local business, that's what's going to keep our region thriving. But, the consumer confidence in September shot up big time. So we've seen the largest gain in consumer spending in September than we have since the pandemic began. As a matter of fact, the state experienced $146 million in revenues, which was above the June forecast. So, yeah, that's right. Thanks for that. I mean, I think it's good for everybody. And as far as, travel is concerned, hotel, this is our prime time. October to March, this is when we're at our peak time. The snowbirds start coming in. This is when we're used to the event season starts, our most beautiful weather. Thank God we're under 3 digits. But our hotel occupancy the first week of October increased 54%. 54%. So our hotels are getting back. Sky Harbor is still seeing 25,000 passengers per day. Granted, it's 60% lower than where we were this time last year, but we're still seeing some positive momentum. So, I think the other thing kind of on the tourist front, because one of the last things I did was go to a spring training game. And before that, it was attend a conference in Atlanta. And I was traveling back home the day that we were declared a pandemic. And then that Monday, I never went back to work, much like I'm sure many of you. But you know, that was a big shock to our tourism industry because the games were stopped, you know, all the basketball, all the baseball, it all just ended, which is a crisis in itself. But what we're seeing now is that after 2 decades worth of bidding to host the women's NCAA Final Four, we got it. We got the bid. So this is going to be a major boost to our tourism economy, which means that and it's going to be for 2026. Let me throw that out there. It's not like next year, but it's going to be April 2026 that we're holding the Women's Final Four. These are the stories that I think that we need to remind ourselves that business is still coming, events are still happening, people are starting to travel, and yet I think we've also been educated enough and informed enough to know that we're seeing a slight spike in Arizona. So we were a hotbed. We had more cases than any in the country at some point in April, I think. And so here we are in October. We've done really well. We were able to reopen. Now we're seeing a little bit of an uptick. We're getting into cold and flu season, so we have to protect ourselves. And thanks, Denise, for having those custom masks. So I guess if you want to get one of those, but I'm seeing most everybody masked up, which is a comfort. And we just have to keep doing our part. So as long as we can spend locally, mask up, protect each other, then we'll be able to sustain the business and the wealth in our economy.
Any questions for Cameron at this point? Thank you. So I'm glad you shared that information, Cameron. I serve on the board of an organization called Visit Mesa. And we are the tourism and marketing wing for Mesa and some other East Valley partners that we have. So I know that thinking about my businesses, one of my businesses, when I talk about before we move into service recovery, you know, you try to plan for all the contingencies. One of my companies, I rely heavily on my business partner. I have no expertise in that area of business that we run it in. And so I relied heavily on him and his expertise and knowledge to run that company. And guess what happened? March 2020, he got COVID. And so when he went to the emergency room, didn't come out for months later, he actually, you know, in the process of getting through it, 2 heart attacks and coming out of the coma and getting, now he is, God, thank you, God, he is home and recovering. Thank you. But business stopped. You know, orders are still coming in, but there was no one to service them because we didn't have a contingency plan. He had all of that he was, you know, overseeing all of that. But, you know, the business is still making money. We haven't done a thing with it. It's just, you know, it's on a cycle. So, so we know that contingency plans, recovery, and retention is so important. So let's look at service recovery. I think we got about 10 minutes. Service recovery, 5 golden rules of customer retention. And we know that service recovery is not sexy. So every company makes mistakes that could make them lose customers. We all can agree on that. I don't care what business you're in, something will go wrong, but companies know how to recover a customer and turn them into loyal customers for life. And I know that my restaurant at the airport, we empowered every single employee to fix a wrong. Doesn't matter if we were right or wrong. If their customer felt that something wasn't right, we took it on ourselves to apologize immediately, and they would fix it. They were empowered to do whatever they need to do, whether it was another beverage, whether it was another sandwich, or whatever the case may be. And yes, they would notify me later, but they were empowered to do that because, and I can't tell you how many times, I would say probably not all of them, but I would say probably 50% of those customers found the time to reach out to me, even though my number wasn't publicly available to them. They found me and said, thank you for fixing that. I was, you know, if you hadn't done that, I would not come back to your restaurant at the airport. So just show you how critically important that is. And how, let's see, the problems are only getting worse thanks to social media. We know that people will quickly jump on social media if they have a bad experience. They're not so quick to jump on social media when they have a good experience. They may jump on social media if they have a great experience. Good, they might. Great, they'll probably do that. But if they have a bad experience, you betcha they're gonna get on there, and I'm just amazed that we haven't in any of my companies haven't had, I would say probably 0.001% of bad experiences. And as soon as I see one, I get on the phone. I'll find them. I'll track them down and offer what I can do to fix it. And it just makes a big difference, yeah, especially coming from the executive of the company. So again, the problem only gets worse thanks to social media. As customers aren't happy, they'll post a problem on Twitter and Facebook. They'll do it fast. Then you have a massive public relations problem that will take time, effort, and money to fix. Boom. Instead of handling problems quickly and efficiently, most employees, and I hope you all know this, will pass the buck or even lie. That's because people don't like confrontation. Instead of saying they messed up, they may say the product was shipped or anything just to kind of pass the buck. So we know that. Companies spend a fortune on marketing, but they don't spend a dime. Not everybody. I know not the people in this room. But they don't spend a dime teaching frontline employees to keep the customer from defecting. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on training employees to handle problems in the first place? And for me and my business partners, training our employees was big, walking through the door. We said, this is what we're gonna do. We know it's important, and we did that. The most important person is the person who has direct contact with the customer. Unhappy customers won't call the company president. They will walk to whoever is in the store or whoever answers the phone. Those people need to follow the 5 golden rules of customer retention. They are: apologize and offer a better option. For example, you might offer expedited delivery at a company's expense. Act quickly. Number 2, you must respond to the complaint within 60 seconds. That's when the magic happens. Number 3, take responsibility. Most employees shovel the problem off and blame everyone else. Customers know when they are being passed along the chain, and they don't like it. You know it when you're being passed along the chain, and I know you don't like it. So, empower employees to make a fast decision. Each frontline employee should be able to take action quickly. They shouldn't have to ask managers to get an approval or pass the buck to them. Take action. So if you don't have that kind of empowerment with your team members at the lowest level, I really would encourage you to find a way to make that happen. So number 5, give away something. I saw this and I was like, wow, this is good stuff. Give away something that has high value and low cost. Customers will be pleasantly surprised and delighted with your company if you not only make things right, but make things better. For example, let's say a customer calls to complain about a new computer that has a hard drive crash in the first month. In addition to solving the problem, you might offer an extended warranty. It costs the company nothing, but has a high perceived value for the customer. And I look for some examples while in my research, and 2 of these stuck out. And I'll give you these 2 examples real quick. Outback Steakhouse. If there is any kind of problem, they immediately take care of it. I once had a dirty knife with water stains. I only wanted a new knife. The waiter apologized and brought me a new knife. The manager also came over to apologize. He also offered a free dessert at the cost of about $8, right? The dessert may have cost him only $1, but it meant everything to me. Now I tell thousands of people about my experiences. Those are real life examples. I'm gonna give you one more. Redbox. I recently ordered a DVD movie, but it wouldn't play on my TV. I called them and quickly realized that I ordered the Blu-ray version by mistake. Blu-ray doesn't work on my TV. Even though it was my mistake, they offered me 2 free rentals. What's the cost of 2 DVD rentals to them? Nothing. They turned me into a customer for life. Very few firms understand that. Companies should spend some time, should spend some of their money on customers. Customer retention is all about creating loyalty and a fan base. Customers will come back more often. Their loyalty is greater than when they have experienced service recovery. So again, there's no magic bullet. Anything you want to add, Cameron?
Well, I mean, first of all, I appreciate your research. I think that what we're hearing is that what is at the front of everything is people and the way that they're treated and how they perceive their experience. And so when we're already in a struggling time for business, to try to do everything that you can just to stay open, I think goes a long way. So, you know, the people are going to respond to the service that they're given. And I really believe that even though COVID-19 has forced so much disruption, it's also generated a lot of innovation, and it's generated a lot of sensitivity to how we experience transactions. And it's harder to do business in some cases. So when you're able to go out of your way, I think that that's what creates a returning customer, right? That's what creates a loyal customer. And so, yeah, I mean, I think the last thing that I would say kind of on behalf of GPEC is, you know, this time last year, we were throwing a party, a Greater Phoenix Fest, and 1,000 people came to us downtown at the Van Buren, and it was out of sight. And at that time, we were able to unveil kind of a rebrand of our organization, which is Greater Phoenix, Greater Together. And so I just want to remind you, especially as we're here convened in this room and together going through these shared experiences, that, you know, you can join us on LinkedIn at Greater Phoenix, Greater Together. You can go to our website at gpec.org, and you're going to see a lot of response that we're still able to share with a lot of the businesses in our local community. And we've been putting forward a lot of kindness, business kindness that we're seeing. And so it's been amazing to really see how people have come together across the region, city to city, business to business, because again, those 22 cities and towns that we partner with, as well as 170 private investors, that's who we're working with to try to strengthen, you know, the spirit of the region, and then also just strengthen the business that's happening in our economy. So keeping in mind the good points here, you know, about how to serve others and how to keep your doors open and do the best business that you can, you know, we do that together. So feel free to become part of that message with us at Greater Phoenix, Greater Together.
Thank you, Cameron. Do you have any questions for me or Cameron? Yes.
Sorry. We're here to help. Let's get that foundation for you. You know, if you want to get naked with us, give us a call and we'll help you get that foundation and that risk management. So when your partner gets sick or, you know, another, you know, social or economic downturn happens, that you are ready and your employees are taken care of and your business is taken care of the very next day. We're here to help you do that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I have Timothy's card, so I'll be in contact with. I have his card, so I'm gonna be in contact. You're doing your job. Any other questions before I make a final closing statement? Well, thank you all. I just want to share this short bit of information, and then we will close out. Again, I just want to say there's no magic bullet when it comes to recovery and retention of clients, but there are some things that systematically you can do. The unique nature of the COVID-19 crisis poses a new set of challenges for U.S. small businesses as they claw their way toward recovery. Many face muted demand, new customer expectation, and operational challenges because of health and safety restrictions. Recovery will take time. After the 2008 recession, larger companies recovered to their pre-crisis contribution to GDP in an average of 4 years, while smaller ones took an average of 6. How long it takes in the current recession would depend on both economic vulnerability to the COVID-19 response and the prevailing microeconomic outlook in their respective industries. Across all businesses, that could take 5 years or longer under 2 scenarios that McKinsey Global Institute and Oxford Economics have modeled, and that more than half of global executives surveyed see as the most likely to unfold. Among small businesses, recovery is again likely to take even longer. Many may never reopen. And this is a Ron Williams statement I'm making. And I'm a little bit in conflict when I say this because I'm a business consultant. I know the roads that I have paved and the roads that I have traveled. I can help companies travel those roads, right? So again, I just want to preface with I'm in conflict when I say this because I'm not trying to stop a business consultant from making money, but just be leery of those folks out there that are preying on businesses right now. I can't stress it enough. Be leery of those folks out there that are preying on businesses and making a bad situation worse by offering something they can't deliver on. So please do your own research. The information is available. If you're looking to go down a road, find someone that has been down that road that can give you directions because they've been there. Don't take too many chances on folks that, I have nothing against people trying to fake it till they make it, but you can't afford to take too many chances on people that can't bring you value right now. That's all I'm gonna leave it right there. And if you don't have any other questions for me and Cameron, and again, thank Jonathan for joining us by video. No other questions. I want to thank you for listening, and we're happy to be here to participate in this session today. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Wow, what a great discussion. Congratulations, Arizona, on recovering. And I think all of their information is going to be out on the app. There's more to come. We have definitely more speakers, including in the United States government and business. We have lost, and I'm sorry, let me start over. In the United States government and business, we've had a love-hate relationship. The pandemic, George Floyd's murder, and other happenings over the last 4 years have aggravated some of the distrust and miscommunication between the two. Today, we have to discuss with us, and we have to continue to work together to help survive COVID. I think we've had a lot of great panelists, and I'd like to again thank Denise for putting this together. Right now, I want to invite WBC Associate Harry Gerhwal. I hope I have pronounced that correct. He is the CEO of Trine and Associates, along with Robert Theobald, representing our partner, American Commerce Authority, up to the stage.
Good morning. Well, sorry, good afternoon. My name is Harry Gerwal, and we'll get going here in a little bit. I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to thank Ron and Cameron for the great job, because really that's a significant issue right now going on in the state. So please give them another round of applause. One of the things that I wanted to share with you, I'll give you a little background and then we'll get into our panel discussion. But as Ron was saying, business consultants really are a need, but you really need to understand, who you're working with, much like you do when you have a financial planner. Because as a business consultant, that's what I do today. I invite my clients to come in and get naked, if you will. Let me know everything that's going on in their business, because the only way I'm going to be able to help them if I truly understand the operation, the organization, their structure, and more importantly, what they're wanting to try to accomplish over a period of time. So as a way of background, I've had a pretty good run in life. I will tell you that. So let me just start off let you know, I started off as a field laborer in California at age 12. That's when I realized that, cutting iceberg lettuce in January was not something I wanted to do for the rest of my life. So fortunately, I was able to have two really great mentors in high school that got me through the programs and eventually led to getting me into a scholarship and going on to college. So in the 1970s, I actually got my associate degree in computer programming. So many of you probably thinking, in 1970, there were computers. Yes, there were. And I can tell you, and I was one of those geeks that was out there programming them before anybody even knew what they were doing. And so that really led me into a very, very good pathway, because I got involved with different organizations that were really on the precipice of being innovators, I should say. So one of them that I got involved with right away was in manufacturing. So we started manufacturing CATV. We started developing fiber optics in little strands like this. This whole building is now loaded with fiber optics. And so it was really the hands-on experience that I received in manufacturing that helped me to start to better understand a business structure. And then I went on from there and actually ended up getting involved with aerospace. So we opened up a manufacturing facility in South Phoenix on 5th Street in Elwood, which today is a central aerospace hub of Phoenix. There are now 4 city blocks of aerospace companies in there. We started off with commercial evacuation systems, building for Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, and then eventually we became the tertiary supplier for Dutch Airbus out of Europe, because we went to Paris and deployed a unit, and they were impressed. So they said, yeah, we'll give you the contract. However, we won't be buying anything until 7 years from now. So we said, that's okay, we'll take the contract. And from there, I got involved with defense contracting. So we started building black box stuff in the East Valley. And that was really a great experience. When I went from there, I actually got involved with City of Phoenix. I started doing economic development. So I started building retail centers, in underserved areas, the one specifically up on Central Avenue and Dunlap. And it was anchored by a grocery store, because there was a food desert there. Even though it was right across the street from John C. Lincoln, we built a 115,000 square foot retail center anchored by a grocery store. And so that was one of my probably most proudest projects that I was able to bring into the city of Phoenix. After my stint with the city of Phoenix, I ended up getting hired to run the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So I ran the chamber for about 7 years. We also ran the Minority Business Enterprise Center, did a lot of collaboration with Ron and others that are still in the industry. And we were able to do about $600 million worth of services and products, for minority contractors, including being on the subcommittee for the Super Bowl 2008 for minority contractors to get contracts with Super Bowl, the NFL. So right after that, I left. I had helped a friend of mine in 2007 start up a family practice. So you'll appreciate this little thing, right? So he came to me one day and he said, Harry, he says, I'm going to start this family practice, but I need some help. And I had known this guy. He was actually my painter for my houses and commercial properties. I said, Jim, I said, you're 50 years old, man. And, he goes, yeah, and? I said, okay, well, you don't want to go get a Corvette. You want to go start a family practice? I'll help you out, but you have to join my chamber in order for me to help you. And so he did. So he lasted a day for $12 a lunch. He had to buy a $250 membership. Well, it turned out to be a really good partnership, because when I left the chamber, I literally got up, walked out of my office, was driving home, stopped by just to see how he was doing, and he told me he was in trouble. So at that juncture, he couldn't afford to pay me what I was asking, so I took a base. I took 20% equity in the company and title of president, and we started family practices in medically underserved areas in Phoenix. And by the time I got done with that 3 years later, we had 2 of them, one of them over on 33rd Avenue Roosevelt, and the second one was right across the street from the Safeway over on 5th Avenue and Osborne, which was medically underserved, and everybody was like, it's not medically underserved. You're in the shadow of St. Joseph's Hospital. I'm like, yeah, I don't write the maps. I just know how to research them. So we found that site. So I did sell that equity position back, and that's when I started Trent and Associates, which I'm doing today. So one of the conversations that was going on this morning is I've actually had a home office since 2012. So when the pandemic hit, I had a lot of my friends and associates were calling me up and said, Harry, how did you set up your office? How are you doing this? I have no clue. So the business consultant, guess what? That was a great opportunity. And so I was able to help a number of businesses get up and starting, doing all that. So today we are doing a lot of work in healthcare. We're doing work in development, and also in education. And for those of you that know me, you know my passion is education. I started a charter high school in South Phoenix for disconnected youth. Those are 16 to 24-year-olds that were neither in school or working. And Arizona was #1 in the country in 2015. And we started up an advisory council, which is still in place today, and ASU is actually operating it out of the College of Business, of Public Service. So, you know, that's in place and we're still servicing that. Today, and I heard this term earlier, right? We had to pivot. And so I pivot into 3 different areas, and we are actually doing, providing financing for housing, infrastructure, private-public partnerships. In fact, a couple of folks in this room, I've already had conversations in the past about going out and being able to get them funded. You know, so everything from housing to infrastructure to universities to colleges and what have you. And our funding sources are all private-public partnerships. So we do a lot of the work that, you know, a lot of the government agencies do as well, without what I call the capital brain damage stack, which means, you know, going after HUD and coupling it with opportunity zones, putting it together with all these other pieces. These are strict 100% financing. And more recently, I got involved with PPEs. So we're providing personal protection equipment to different agencies. And then more recently, I just got involved with the cannabis industry because of Proposition 207. You know, and I'm not getting into the politics of it, but what I do know is that medical marijuana is already out there. It's been out there for 15 years. You know, so I'm working with those cultivators and also with the extractors. And part of that is just because if recreational marijuana comes in, we need to be able to manage that and really be able to ensure that that industry doesn't get impacted in a negative way as it has done in other states. And more importantly, I have 9 grandchildren, so I don't want them exposed to anything that can harm them. So we're gonna make sure that it's all safe, you know, when we get done with that. So the reason I share this information in the background is because today we're gonna have a great discussion about bringing together organizations, private organizations and public organizations, in order to be able to provide the platform for small businesses and other businesses to grow in Arizona. So today we have a great video by Mayor Kate Gallego from the city of Phoenix, and that's providing some insight as to what was happening in the past that the city of Phoenix has been able to do. And then we also have the Arizona Commerce Authority with us here with Robert that will be talking about, you know, what we can do in the future. So at this point, if we could tee up the video for Mayor Gallegos.
Hello, I'm Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, and I'm excited to join the World's Best Connectors for today's events. WCBC was well positioned for COVID-19, already delivering great virtual and online programming to so many busy executives. I've gotten to participate in World's Best Connectors programs before and know that they're even more valuable during COVID-19. We all miss being together, but this is a great way to convene, to share ideas, meet with thought leaders, and figure out how we can best navigate the year that is 2020 and the unprecedented challenges that it faced. We've tried to step up at the City of Phoenix to partner with you in the business community to make it a little bit easier. I am a new mayor, but one who comes with a business background and an MBA, and have tried to work and really listen to what our business leaders have said about getting through 2020. We know first that we have to take COVID-19 seriously and put public health as a priority, and that communities that do so will get through this more easily. That's why I was proud of our efforts to require masks and other safety precautions. The Centers for Disease Control has said that has contributed to a major decline in the spread of COVID-19 in our community. We've been hit hard. So many small businesses, entrepreneurs, and others are struggling, but we also have some encouraging statistics. Of the top 10 construction markets, only Phoenix has seen a growth during the last year. We also know that if you look in our downtown, you see 18 cranes, more than we've ever seen before. People are building and wanting to be part of this special community and the opportunity that it represents. That includes many great entrepreneurs, and we have tools to help entrepreneurs get through this time. We have grants for our smallest businesses that you don't have to repay, because we know that for our smallest businesses, the federal programs were difficult to navigate or they didn't qualify. We've also put in place innovative restaurant restart grants to make sure our restaurants have the ability to get the safety equipment they need or to make changes, including perhaps additional outdoor seating, as health experts tell us that more transmission occurs indoors. So I hope if you live in downtown Phoenix and safety allows, you might enjoy some patio dining. We also have resources to help people get answers to health questions because there is so much uncertainty. It has surprised me when I go and do virtual conversations how often I will get, as a mayor, questions about what health precautions people should be taking. But perhaps not everyone, and I think this is why wants public health advice from politicians, so we're also trying to connect our businesses with public health experts. The city has a great team of experts who are helping us, and they have consulted on everything from how we reopen our parks department to what a safe Halloween party looks like, which I'm sure no one expected when they entered medical or public health school, but these are the times in which we live. If you're interested in learning more about Phoenix and our resources for businesses or any other type of resource, I encourage you to visit phoenix.gov/resources. That will have a list of programs that can help you pay your mortgage, your water bill, your rent, as well as programs to help our arts and culture organizations navigate through, or those restaurant programs, the small business programs. If you look at Inc. magazine, we actually have the longest list of business programs of any city in the country because we're trying to listen and provide the needs that we can to help you get through this. We know there's not possible to fix all of the damage that has been done during this year, but we are trying to be good partners. And in closing, I also want to say thank you for everything you've done to help us get through 2020 and COVID-19. If you've changed your life, taken safety precautions, or done anything to slow the spread of COVID-19, you've helped us save lives, and we will be forever grateful. Thank you to Denise, to WBC, and the whole team together today. Thanks for having me.
Am I better? Oh, yeah. So the mayor just explained that there's 18 cranes up in downtown Phoenix. That's a lot of business, you know, and I think totally within the greater Phoenix metro area, there's about 32 cranes up and operating. So you know that Phoenix is really a city and a municipality that is on the rise. So we're actually having some discussions right now with the city of Phoenix about private-public partnerships for workforce housing, because we do know that there's right now currently about 164,000 units needed in the city of Phoenix in order to be able to provide adequate housing for the workforce and for our first responders and for our teachers and people that actually work in the Phoenix area. So I'm very proud of the fact that the city of Phoenix is doing a great job in pulling together the resources in order to be able to address even some of the most difficult issues like the homelessness program that's going on right now in downtown Phoenix, working with the other regional offices. So today we're also very, very excited about having Robert here. So let me introduce Robert to you. So Robert Theobald is a small business ombudsman, VP of Small Business Services for the Arizona Commerce Authority. And the Commerce Authority has a really great strategic plan and looking forward to listening to Robert to know what they're going to be planning on doing, and specifically in the small business areas, and also for him to share some insights into the services that they're able to provide. So Robert, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. I will give my background, but it can't match Harry's as far as my experience. But I will share a few things. I've got my main experience comes from over 20 years in retail management, operations, big box, small box, international. I had a great pleasure of working overseas in Argentina and South America, helping open some stores down there for the company I was working for. And, you know, it was an amazing time. One of my kids was born down there, and it was great to learn the culture, make some great friends as well. And so really enjoyed that. But it wasn't until a few years ago that I kind of found my real calling. Left the retail world and was working for a franchisor based in Scottsdale. And I was working with the franchisees. Once they signed the franchise contract, became a franchisee, I was working with them to develop their business plan, help them find locations, work with different lenders to get the information the lenders needed to get loans. And I really, at that point, realized I loved working with small business owners. And so when the opportunity came up for this position, the small business ombudsman, it was a brand new position in 2018. I saw it, and at the time I was looking for work because that franchisor decided to move their headquarters, and remote work wasn't much of a thing at that point for us. So they moved to Florida and I stayed in Arizona. So I was looking for this opportunity, and when I saw it, was able to apply for it and got the position, I was really excited. It's been a great 2 years in this role that been all over the state, working with small business owners, working with local community representatives, cities, towns, county representatives, and made some great connections. And a key part of the role as a small business ombudsman is helping small business owners navigate the challenges they may face, maybe with other state agencies, or help connecting them with the resources that are out there. You know, I will thank Ron and Cameron for, you know, taking enough time and sharing things that I would share. But, you know, Ron mentioned a position in PTAC, and then we had the Minority Business Development Centers. Those are great resources for small business owners that I never knew existed until I was in this role and found out about them. And a lot of business owners don't know they exist, small business development centers as well. So I've really enjoyed this role, and I continue to enjoy it. COVID's been crazy. My team, starting COVID, was a team of two, myself and a lady named Cheryl Lopez, who's been with the Commerce Authority for 23 years in the licensing, working with licensing and regulations for helping business owners understand those things for the state and cities and localities that they're in. And the two of us would usually get about 30 calls a week max on questions. We get some emails. We have a small business checklist that helps with that. But as soon as COVID hit, we went from 30 calls a week to a couple hundred calls a week. And we're not a call center. We weren't set up to it. So we didn't pivot. We shuffled one way, left the computer, started answering the phones, and we're just focused on that. Luckily, I wasn't traveling around the state because everything was shut down. So I was there to answer the phone and help with those phone calls. But it was great working with the small businesses. So that's a little bit about my background and my role. Harry's got some questions for me. We've kind of talked about.
Yeah, is this on? Okay. Yeah, so I moved over here. I felt like I was, all the way across the room from everybody. So I wanted to move over here. One of the things that impressed me when I was having a discussion with Robert last week in our phone call was just to understand better, what the Commerce Authority is really doing and what they're looking at and planning on doing in the future. So I asked Robert if he could just provide to us some of the high level, pieces of their strategic plan, because as we all know, if you have a great plan, you're going to be able to execute on it. If you execute it, that means you'll be successful with it. And I know that the Commerce Authority, just by the way it got restructured, has really done a good job because they're more almost in the form of a private sector entity versus a government entity. So perhaps you can share some of that, Robert.
Yeah, absolutely. So to share real quick before the strategic plan, a bit about the structure of the Arizona Commerce Authority. It's a unique public-private organization And we're also the only economic development organization in the country with this type of structure where we bring the private sector, academia, and all three branches of state government into the business. So our board of directors consists of the chairman is Governor Ducey, and the co-chair, the co-chairs are with someone from the private sector. We have the Senate president and House speaker on the board of directors. All three public university presidents and board of regents presidents are on our board of directors. We have private sector business leaders, community college representatives, county board supervisor representatives, and the ACA president and CEO is on the board of directors. And so through that board, we're able to collaborate and work in all aspects for our state. We have a great relationship with ASU. I've done a number of things in my role with ASU and U of A and NAU, and I work very closely with the community colleges as well. Our main focus is we have a three-tiered approach to what we do, and it's attract, grow, and create. So we try to attract new businesses to come into Arizona, and that's where our business attraction and business expansion teams work. Trying to bring in those companies, you've heard of some of them, Nikola's, the Lucid Motors, TSMC was mentioned, a $12 billion project, and the only one in North America for that company for semiconductors. Those are big, out-of-state companies coming into Arizona, bringing high-wage jobs, and we focus on those. The grow part is our business expansion. We work to grow businesses that are within Arizona, whether they're out-of-state businesses that have a branch here, we try to grow them. We've seen a lot of that lately, where we've had a lot of companies that may have a foundation or a headquarters in Silicon Valley, but they're not growing that headquarters, they're growing their offices in Arizona. Is because, as Cameron mentioned, our cost of living is much lower, and as we saw on the slides with ASU, we got a great pool of talent here in Maricopa County with ASU. Down in Pima County, we've got the great talent coming out of University of Arizona, and then Northern Arizona has NAU. We also have GCU and a number of other small universities throughout the state that do a great job. And then our create. We also want to create new businesses. So over the past decade, we've been running the Arizona Innovation Challenge, which is a premier business plan competition for innovative tech companies. And part of that has been Venture Ready. And just this week, we had the graduation for 10 businesses from the Venture Ready program. And there were some amazing startup businesses with great tech, and their growth is only going to help Arizona. And so we're going to take some of that stuff that we've learned over the last 10 years with the AIC, and we're going to focus some of that, and I'll talk about it more in a bit, for small businesses.
That's great. So just on the three pieces here, on the create side, I was really the benefactor of having a conversation with Robert, because I just had a client about 3 weeks ago call me out of New York, Buffalo, wanting to know if there was manufacturing space available for PPE, so personal protection equipment. And so I was just starting to put together some research to go find out. So I had contacted the Manufacturers Association. I talked to a friend of mine who is stationed in Arizona. He's got a corporate office out of Tempe, but he's got a manufacturing company in Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico. Then Robert told me that he's got all that already put together. So we're going to continue to have our dialogue this next coming week, and hopefully we'll be able to attract a major manufacturer in personal protection equipment here pretty quickly.
So the Arizona Innovation Challenge it's a business plan competition. It's usually done twice a year. This year, 2020, was different because COVID kind of squashed the spring competition, and they were able to pivot again, I like that word, adjust and make some changes to do it virtually this year. And they're in that process right now. The top 25 were just announced, I think, last week. And then the Venture Ready is the ones that graduated, and I believe it's a 13-week program. It may be longer than that. But it's an accelerator program to help those businesses scale, understand what's needed for the venture capital. Because all those businesses that are in that program, they're not the Main Street business. They're the business that, in order to survive and grow, they need that venture capital. They're going to be a big business. and at some point. So
Well, Robert, one of the things that you mentioned was, trying to attract businesses here from, out of state. Are they coming here because there are better opportunities or they have bigger challenges? And when they get here, what are some of the challenges that you have to help them overcome in order to be able to get established in Arizona?
So as Cameron mentioned, there's a lot of companies coming from California. We're getting a lot of companies from the Midwest that are moving as well. They found that Arizona is a great place, great schools, great family atmosphere, great communities wherever you live. Some people like the city life. There's downtown Phoenix. There's other communities that have great downtown type atmospheres, or they like the rural communities. Prescott's growing like crazy with a lot of people coming out of California and moving their businesses as well. Some of the challenges that people face when they're coming into Arizona from other states is, and you'll see it whatever state you go to, is there's just different rules on getting your business started, different requirements. And so one of the tools that we have to help those businesses is it's called the small business checklist, but it works for large business as well. And it's a checklist we have on our website. It's interactive, and you can find out what the city you want to be based in requires, if there's county requirements, industry requirements, as well as the state, and federal requirements to get that business started, whether it's tax or licenses or registrations that have to be done. And that's a very simple thing. And then we can also reach out to us and we'll help work through those as well.
Are there any questions from the audience for Robert? I know that, yes, ma'am.
Equipment business owners here in Phoenix.
Mhm.
I have a projecting voice already, but and my question is, the Arizona Commerce Authority was traditionally thought of, my members are all women business owners and they have businesses in all sizes, but probably the majority would fall into that definition. I know there's a lot of different definitions of small business, but they fall into that definition of small business. And so the Arizona Commerce Authority was previously thought of as really primarily for large business. And I know the amazing work that you guys did with the small business boot camp when COVID started. It was fantastic. So how are you keeping that momentum going? Because I don't know how to, you talked about great resources. And it's like, I'd like to share that with my members and I don't know how and where to direct them and send them. So.
No, that's a great question. You stole one of Harry's questions by asking that. So
Oh, sorry.
No, that's great. It's
From the
perfect.
audience,
So,
believe me.
Great minds.
So Jan, I want to thank you and your organizations that actually helped participate and help set up some of our boot camp presenters. One of the things that we did for small business starting in April was we set up a small business boot camp. And this week we finished the 26th week of it, the 91st webinar since April. For the first few months, we did those daily with community partners and presenters across the state, from the universities, private sector, other government entities, business counselors, business consultants, marketing specialists, all to help small businesses with the needs that they face during this time. And it was successful. We did it daily for a few months, and we realized we need to keep doing it, but daily was a little too much to maintain. So we scaled that back to 2 days a week, and we're still doing that. And we've seen that the content is still needed. So we're going to continue it. We're continuing it through December and into the new year. And I'm always looking for new content. I've talked to a few people here about presenting and future sessions because they are great leaders who can provide great content for that. But with that, we're taking some of the learnings that from the Arizona Innovation Challenge with the Venture Ready program, looking at other programs that people have done throughout the state to create some additional training opportunities for small business owners. One of the things I've heard during this time, one is on the boot camp and through one-on-one calls, we've helped guide people through some of the federal financing programs that are out there. And now we do a lot of directing to the different grants that are available at the different city level or county level where the CARES funds have gone. But it was one of the concerns I had early on with COVID is I got a call from a business owner that had 2 locations. And one of their questions when they were filling out one of the applications is they asked me, what is cost of goods sold? And I realized, okay, there's some business owners that they're great at what they do, but they aren't great at a lot of other things in their business. And so if we can help those businesses with that content and with that training to either realize, even though we're in a pandemic, they still may need to hire somebody to help with that, or we can give them a baseline of understanding to help them work through this time period, keep costs low, we can do that. I also realized, and I've had a great partnership with the Small Business Development Centers for the last 2 years. They're a phenomenal organization. And if you've never heard of the SBDC, or Small Business Development Centers, you need to look it up. It's a no-cost business counseling program funded by the SBA, so funded federally, and then also funded by the community colleges. So every county in the state has access to them. And then the network in Arizona is amazing. From the state director down through the business analysts, the center directors, they're all amazing individuals. They all have business background. They know how to work with business owners. And so I work closely with them because, again, I'm a team of 3 now because I brought someone to help with some of the program we have going forward. But I can't do business counseling for everybody that calls. And that's not my wheelhouse. That's not my strength, but I know people that is their strength. And the great thing about that network is they're also a team. And so if you might be a small business in Kingman, but if you need some expertise that the director from the SBDC in Safford has, they're going to get together and provide that support for your business. So helping small businesses find and make those connections is critical. And what I like to do is when someone reaches out to me and I talk to them about their business and find out what their needs are, I'll make that personal introduction to the SBDC. I won't say, oh, go to this website, fill out the form and hope they call you back, because they're busy too. I'll make a personal introduction so I can have some follow-up on that as well.
Very good. We got one more question and then we're going to need to wrap up. Pat?
Oh, great. I think that's great information. Love the SDBC also. For your organization, how would one get involved in the small business boot camp that you offer? And then is there a fee?
Great question. So the Small Business Boot Camp is free. You just go to our website, and I would quote the website, but it's azcommerce.com/small-business-boot-camp/. Or if you just go to azcommerce.com, if you go to azcommerce.com, on the main homepage, there's a ribbon that says COVID-19 resources. You can click on that and scroll down. You'll find the link to the Small Business Boot Camp. There's no cost for it. All the previous sessions are recorded. So we've done 91 sessions. You can go back and look at all 91. One of the things we're doing with the additional training is we're setting up a platform so we can take all that content. We're going to organize it by category. So you can search by category instead of searching by week. We don't have that set up yet, but it is a process. But there's lots of great things. We've got leadership sessions we did this week. We had an amazing session this week. I don't know if many are into fishing, but one of the presenters from Elite Entrepreneurs locally related your customers and customer relevancy with fly fishing. And it was one of the best analogies I've ever heard. It was very simple, but really gave you a good example of how to do that. And that's recorded. So we can go back and look at it and go back and review it. His slide deck's on there as well. And that's how all the sessions are. It's been amazing to have the community involvement that we've received and the contacts. I've had a lot of people brought to us that just reached out. One of our presentations was someone that reached out through our website, or contact us, which is one of those forms that most people fill out and think it's going to go to nowhere. And they're surprised when I call them back or my colleague calls them back. But it was through that form, and I reached out to them, and we've had them on twice now. It's been a great relationship. So if you want to attend, it's free. If you're interested in presenting, reach out to me, give me a call. You can message me through the app in this program, or find me on LinkedIn. So I'm glad to entertain those questions.
Great, Robert. Thank you very much. And everyone, now you know a great secret of the state of Arizona, right? The Arizona Commerce Authority. So let's give Robert a big round of applause.
Thanks, Harry.
All right. Yes, thank you, Harry, and thank you, Robert. And for those of you who want to get in touch, we will have that information on the app. So right now, this whole morning has detailed so many ways of us getting in touch with people. I'll do this so you can hear me. And I think it's been not only enlightening, but in some respects, it will be business saving. So thank you for everybody. Now what we're gonna do is, because we already had lunch delivered early, we're just going to take about a 10-minute break. If you have not gotten your lunch yet, it is back there. And we will reconvene about 1 o'clock, okay? And in the meantime, we have some great prizes and some sponsors, and they will be shown up on the screen, and then we will get back here at 1 o'clock. Did you want to say something real quickly? Okay.
Everybody, be sure to stick around. Media is next. It's going to be a very exciting panel. So, but we want to talk about raffle. People who know me know I can't have a meeting without a raffle. And Carrie here won all the prizes last time, so I want other people to win this time. No, she can win too. So I just want to quickly mention the prizes that we have. And people told me about a couple more today. But anyway, start at Seasons 52. People know that's my favorite restaurant, I guess. So actually we have 3 gift certificates to Phoenix 52 from, one is from Rosalind and 2 is from Luis Cruz. Got a $50 Visa gift card from Plaza Companies. Plaza Companies, as most people probably know, Sharon Harper, she's one of the most successful women business people in town. And she has a commercial development company that's huge. Between her and Jonathan, we pretty much have have that market cornered here at WBC. We got a $50 gift certificate to Stinkweeds Records. People know about Stinkweeds Records. Kimber Lanning, who's head of Local First Arizona. That's what she really does. That's her store. And it's been around for, I don't know, 20 years, 30 years. And it's a really old-fashioned record store. You can go in there and get vinyl. So it's a fun place. We have a gift membership to Heritage Square. Speaking of Carrie, thank you. And we got a first-class ticket to the Verde Canyon Railroad. Has anybody taken that? Oh, it is a great experience. It goes up towards Verde Canyon, which looks exactly like Grand Canyon. You wouldn't know the difference. But anyway, it's an all-day thing, round trip. Trains, if you haven't been on a train, it's first class. Eat, drink. It's beautiful. Fun thing to do here in Arizona. 4 tickets to the D-backs game. Everybody knows they're going to get D-backs tickets for me. But anyway, of course, it's not till 2021 season if we have one, but I'm optimistic we'll have a season next year. And then I have 2 tickets to the Suns games. Again, 2021 season. New stadium, people have heard about that. It's been remodeled, it's pretty spectacular. So that's a very good price. And of course, they like doubled the price of tickets there. So the public is not very happy because public money went into building the stadium and all that. But anyway, it's a beautiful place. And I have 2 tickets available to that. Let's see, we have, 1 month membership at Pro Recovery Zone. Pro Recovery Zone. A few people know about that. 2 young men, former NFL players, great guys, have opened this rehabilitation center for athletes. It's right there in Biltmore. It's right across from the Lifetime Center. Great location. Their opening week was, of course, the week that everything shut down. So talk about things happening not expected. I think they're still doing okay because they have a relative, very specialized clientele. It's athletes, but they let regular people like ourselves in that as well. And they have the top of the line equipment, stuff you haven't seen before. That is really nice. So 1 month membership there is a pretty good deal as well. And then finally, but not last, we got a $1,000 voucher from our next speaker, David Kogan, for an interview on his radio show. So that's a real value there. So I want to thank all the sponsors for that. Stick around for that. Buy a ticket if you haven't. And I will say, if you buy one of the masks, then you get 3 tickets free. So pretty good deal. Okay, any questions? No? Okay, hang in there. Oh, one thing I wanted to mention, the gift bags. I should have mentioned, we have a little stuff in the gift bags. But I wanted to mention We have a squeeze ball in there, you'll need that in a couple of weeks, election night. So thought we'd give you one of those. But I mentioned squeeze ball because you never know what people think. You don't eat it. Keep it away from kids, okay? Keep it away from your dog. It's a squeeze ball. So I always have to mention what that is. So hang in there. We're gonna start in a couple of minutes with David. David's a very exciting person. If you don't know him already, you will remember him. And, we'll talk about what media can do for you, what you can do for media. Sorry, I meant to mention too that the masks were manufactured by AC Caswell. He had to leave, I think, but just want to let you know that. One of our advisors, created that. And Avril over here works with him. I do some stuff with him. He's a great guy. I have him for a speaker next year.
Thought I'd bug you before
Okay.
I get away and forget. If you have a LinkedIn, or I can look you up on LinkedIn.
Yep,
or-
and all of the
or a phone
information
number?
is on, but I'll give you my phone number.
Okay.
It's 602-552-4504. And yeah, Avril Jones on LinkedIn. I'm the only one there.
Avril Jones?
Avril, yep.
Avril, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Avril.
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 Avril. It's like a thrill. Avril.
Okay, that's a good one. That you are, right? I bet you heard that a million times.
No.
Avril.
Yeah, Jones. Okay, awesome.
This will be about removal.
Yep, we will.
Yeah, I just have to
discuss it.
upgrade for that particular event for the size of it. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's 500, so
yeah, that's a good size.
it is.
It'll be a lot of fun.
It's a national
You want to do
organization.
presentations then on stage and stuff? Is that your nature, or is it just going to be the breakout?
It'll be a live, so
Yeah.
it's a national organization.
Yep.
Trying to do their annual meeting. But we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I want to keep us on schedule here.
Gotcha.
That's okay. Hello, everybody. Hi there. For those of us who are live here at Sky Song, welcome back. I am so excited to introduce the next panel, The Future of Media. Media has certainly changed in my lifetime. TVs have gotten bigger, phones have become smaller, so have computers. And I will let our next panel delve into some of the many changes and how we can more effectively use media, just like our technology, like we have been exposed to today in our businesses. I want to welcome to the stage David Coggin, who has a great business community here, which I am part of, called Alliances, and his panel. Please welcome to the stage David Coggin.
All right. Now that everybody may be in a lunch coma, now you've got me. First thing that I ask of all of you is you stretch. Now they say that when you stretch, that I remember growing up, when I was a school teacher for Chicago, and when she it also too increases. So now that I've got all you doing that, everybody hear me? Or Zoom? Oh, Zoom? Zoom, okay, I can see you too. Make sure you stand. Bill, yep, and Stacy, go ahead and stand. All right, maybe sit back down because somebody was talking about you weren't wearing shorts. All right, go sit back down. Testing, testing. We'll use this one. All right, so let me share a secret with you. It is something that I see every morning when I go into my closet and I get dressed. And I'm going to share that with you. Because you know this is all about, yeah, not that. It's the future of media. All right, let's see what that is. So this is something that my daughter gave me. Now what I'm holding here is an actual crystal ball. And when I see it each morning, she gave it to me 3 years ago, I always think about, now what's going to happen during the day? What is the future of the day? And this will tie into our presentation today by the 4 panelists. Now, after I see this, in the morning, I also walk by her bedroom door, and this is what she's had on her bedroom door for the past probably 7 years. This is the future. This is what is on her door. Take a good look at that. Let's see who's reading. Thank you, Avril. Now, what does that say? The future's now. That's what it is. The future is now. Go ahead and have a seat. There cannot be an excuse of not doing something because of Corona happening, because of there's traffic, because of, well, I didn't get this, or I don't speak this or that. You need to move forward because the future is now. That's what it is. Now try telling that to a teenager and getting her up for school. She'll say, well, tomorrow's a better day. Nope, today it is, you go to school, but that's what it is. And I just took that off of her door today. So I'm your moderator today for the future of media, which is really what's happening now. There are 4 panelists, including myself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce each one at a time. And when I do, they'll go ahead and they'll do their presentation about the future of media. And thank you to Denise Meredith for the opportunity to be able to do this. I am fully committed to her. She is an amazing person. A tremendous amount of time and resources goes into creating this. You see how you've gotten emails, I think at 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, she was probably up still from midnight creating and putting together everything really for the opportunity for all of us to be here. Thank you. Thank you, Denise. All right. So first person I'm going to go ahead and introduce on the panelists, and he is going to talk about how times have changed. And boy, are they changing. He is known as Coop to friends and fans. Recently, he retired from being the sports anchor for Channel 12. He has interviewed or hung out with Arizona Cardinals Larry Fitzgerald, NFL Hall of Famer Kurt Warner, NBA legend Bill Walton, Luis Gonzalez, and many more. With that, how times have changed, please welcome Bruce Cooper.
One, two, three. Okay.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm Bruce Cooper, formerly of 12 News. That's right, formerly. I've recently retired back August 9th, to be exact, just a couple months ago. After 34 years of deadlines, nights, holidays, and weekends, yeah, it was time for a little slowdown in my life. And so that's
Okay. Well, that was quick. That's the future of, that's the future of that. All right. All right, fantastic. Okay. All right. Next, we have our next panelist is going to be talking about an executive guide to digital transformation. He is a creative marketer with 15 years of experience applying strategy, technology, and process to help B2B and B2C companies. His experience spans from leading teams from brand development, customer experience, consumer acquisitions, retention marketing, decision-making, and more. He's worked with Los Angeles Fashion Week, Rocking Rio Music Festival, Super Bowl Committee, 17 MGM Grand properties and locations. He's worked with Kevin Hart, Justin Timberlake, BET Awards, and more. Digital marketing strategist with Stark Marketing. With that, Jason Robinson.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, David. And also thank you, Denise Meredith and your team at WBC for making this event possible. I'm delighted to speak to you all today, and thank you so much for your undivided attention. My name is Jason Robinson. I'm a digital marketing strategist for Stark Marketing in Los Angeles, California. And through my 20-year career in media and entertainment marketing, I've worked alongside marketing management teams and executive level managers, advising on how to reduce acquisition costs, to do more to acquire and retain customers, and to also build community and loyalty around their brands. So based on my experience with dozens of digital transformations, my presentation today will focus on some of the big decisions executives need to make and how they can go about making them during this time of unprecedented disruption. Today, I want to focus on where we're heading, the role of executive leadership, and the key areas of influence that will make or break a company's digital transformation. So with that being said, let's get into it. We all know it goes without saying, but media and the ways we engage with it are constantly evolving. From the way that we discover, consume, share, fund, produce, and even the way that we're paying for media is going through a major transformation. According to this PwC Global Revenue Projections report, by 2023, revenues for the global entertainment and media industry are expected to reach $2.6 trillion. And it's also expected that those digital revenues will account for over 60% of total revenue. So with this understanding, business executives, they understand the need to reinvent their business, but what they should prioritize is less clear. So whether it's reimagining the existing business model or something more radical, such as plunging into a new market, there needs to be a detailed roadmap for them to follow if they're going to have a successful transformation. The three key areas I believe executives need to focus on are operational excellence, rebooting innovation, and accelerating the talent. Let's talk about area number one, operational excellence. Now, for an example, let's start in the early 1980s. Madonna comes to the scene. And, there's little to no reason to suspect she'd have more than 15 minutes of fame. But in the 3 decades since her debut album, she's actually managed to remain a media icon. I believe she's the perfect example of reinvention. In fact, the name of her 6th concert tour was called Reinvention. And, I know that Madonna may seem like an unlikely touchstone for modern business, but her ability to adapt to new trends and sometimes set others offers a lessons for companies struggling with their own digital transformation. Think about the transformation initiatives that you're focusing on for the next 12 months. Which ones are the most critical to achieving your business goals? Because those incremental adjustments or building something new outside of the core business can provide real benefits. And in many cases, I would suggest this is a crucial first step for a digital transformation. Simply taking an existing product and putting it on an e-commerce site or digitizing a customer experience, that is not a digital reinvention. Reinvention is a rethinking of the business in itself. You know, remember, Netflix evolved from a company that rented DVDs to a company that streams entertainment for a monthly subscription to one that now creates its own content. And I believe this is a well-known example of continuous reinvention, one that is a little bit more current. So next, let's talk about area number 2, rebooting innovation. Because when it comes to innovation, we often think it's something that happens in brainstorming sessions about irresistible products where someone develops clever marketing campaigns to launch and sell the hell out of it. But let's take the product out of the equation for a moment. Let's consider innovation across your entire organization. You know, start with your profit models, your processes, your products, and your policies, because breaking innovation down into these factions and tackling them individually will actually allow you to move faster and more, you'll have more agility with your operation. Next, when empowering employees, you know, this means the corporation needs to create a culture where employees feel some level of autonomy. And, you know, of course, with exceptions, of course, to think independently and to find new ways to solve problems. You know, great leaders make smart decisions, but they also know they can't and they shouldn't do it all alone. Leading is as much as about listening and mentoring, trusting and empowering your team as it is about anything else. And as a bonus tip, you might want to consider the burning house scenario. If your house was on fire, what would you grab as you're running out the door? Now, apply that to your business. What would you want to take with you if it all came crashing down today? I'd hope for you that you'd grab the ability to innovate and to inspire innovation in your team, because I feel that that's really the foundation for growth. That's the difference maker, or, you know, the company's special sauce, if you will. You know, and there's no one path to innovation, but it's clear that it doesn't happen by accident. It needs structure, leadership, and above all, it needs recognition. And area number 3 is all about accelerating talent. You know, and like every industry that's being affected by the disruption today, the workforce of tomorrow is going to present a lot of complexities. We can expect it to have huge demographic spreads and ranges of backgrounds and habits and demands and expectations. And it's all going to be very, very different from what it is today. You know, purpose-driven, socially responsible organizations, those have become magnets for young talent these days. So what I would suggest is start off with your plan and analyze the future needs of your business to ensure your talent pipeline doesn't lag behind your future needs. A lot of companies are commonly designing their plans and developing talent for today and today's reality versus tomorrow and its possibilities. I think that you have to identify the number of positions that are considered critical to achieving your business goals. And this is definitely going to help you get your hands around the scope of your talent management initiative. When it comes to attracting candidates, I, implore you to, create an employer brand to help potential candidates self-select you as an employer. Your employer brand describes what kind of employment experience you offer at your organization. Just like your internal corporate values, your brand should not be for everyone. It actually should inherently attract those who relate to it and encourage others to look elsewhere if they don't. From there, I would say do not compromise on your assessments. And, that means not compromising on your standards. When you're identifying future leaders for your company or hiring a frontline employee, I would suggest conducting periodic reviews of your talent to ensure that your plans are on track and the right people are being developed and rewarded appropriately. And when it comes to development, design your development options to target specific levels of competencies and make it individualized. Companies that I know who are best at developing their leaders use, tactics like executive coaching, cross-functional experience, job, rotations. And this is all to remain relevant. And plus, workers need to migrate up the value chain. Reinventing themselves and constantly growing and improving their skills is only going to add value to your business's strategic goals. And last but not least, the reward part. Companies that excel at developing their leaders ensure significant compensation between top performers and their peers. And, don't get it twisted. It's not all about compensation. You can tell your top performers who they are. You can thank them for their contributions, give them exposure to your top management and board, and, all together make sure that they're feeling challenged. And remember, at the same time, Rome was not built in a day, and neither will your talent pipeline. So since digital transformation is not a once-off event, but rather an ever-evolving process, I feel that a continuous improvement mindset is necessary to fuel your digital transformation moving forward. I feel that business executives and managers, they need to seed cultural change by rewarding innovation, encouraging radical thinking, and ensuring metrics that are aligned with the customer outcome. Overall, there's a lot of factors and a lot of questions to consider in order to transform successfully. And in order to bring your digital transformation visions to life, executives should look beyond technology transformation as the end all and be all of the journey. Consider the proper integration to organizational goals, vision, and mission. Carefully examine your value proposition to your stakeholders. Get buy-in from your employees. And instilling the proper organizational culture, assessment of current state and processes are some of the aspects that I believe that you're going to need to do to make your digital transformation journey into a more holistic approach. Thank you so much for taking your time and listening to me today. Everyone have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Jason. Next. Oh, what? Oh, got it. Next, we're going to be talking about the power of video. Founder of Coco Communication, which helps to boost their visibility and connect with their target market. She takes care of all aspects of video, including professional videography, video editing, script editing, voiceover narration, and on-camera and coaching and more. And those of you that have done any of those pieces knows it takes a lot of work and you really got to know what you're doing. We'll be sharing some secrets about that. She's worked on air as a news reporter and anchor or behind the scenes for TV and radio stations, including NBC, ABC, and CBS affiliates. Prior to that, she was a host, writer, and producer for Shop A to Z TV, which aired on 3 TV in Phoenix. And she was recognized as the 2018 Business Owner of the Year for NABO Phoenix. With that, Connie Colella.
A 1-minute quality video has the same emotional impact as 1.8 million written words. That's 3,600 web pages. Nearly 9 out of 10 companies use video as a marketing tool today. Are you? Video is a must in your marketing strategy. Not only is it the most effective type of content at building relationships and trust to generate leads, it's the best way to educate people on your message. And right now, based on our limited human interaction, you really need to maximize and enhance your virtual presence through video. So there's several types of video that you can use to market your business, to promote your brand. We're going to talk about 5 of them today. The first type is a business explainer video. This is usually you on camera talking about your product or service. What is your offering? Do people really understand what you do and what you offer? What makes you different? Why should people do business with you? So this video explains all of that in 90 seconds or less. There's a few components that you want to try to incorporate into that. You want to make sure that you have a call to action. It's typically at the end. You know, call us today for XYZ. People need to know what the next step is. You want your logo in it. It's really important to have your branding in that video. Music. Music evokes emotion, and people buy based on emotion. You also want to tell a story if you can. It will be more engaging and compelling. It will hold people's attention longer. All right. Good lighting, super important. You want to make sure your light source is in front of you, not behind you. Good lighting and good audio, very important when you're creating videos. Okay, the second type of video is a client testimonial video. It is the most effective type of video content that you can offer. Hands down, a client testimonial video. If you don't have one, you need to get one, and it's really easy to do. It's far more credible than a written testimonial. So the great thing about it is you don't have to go on camera. You don't have to write anything. Your clients are selling you and your brand authentically. What more could you ask for? So what I typically do for my clients, I say, okay, let's get 3 of your top customers together on one day. Think of 3 people who are going to look good on camera and sound good on camera. And in 1 hour, I will interview all 3 of them in 20-minute time slots. So remember, I used to be a reporter. I know what questions to ask to get the most compelling sound bites for the greatest emotional impact. So when I'm interviewing them and asking them questions, I'm listening for that good 20 to 30-second meaty sound bite. And then I weave those together seamlessly in a 90-second video that they can then put on their website. The great thing about that is in 1 hour, you're actually going to get 4 videos because I repurpose that one video and I will break those 3 people out into 3 separate 20 to 30-second sound bites that you can utilize on social media. On social media, you want it really short and sweet. Think 15 to 45 seconds. You can go longer on your website, 90 seconds max usually. If you want to go longer than that, then you can put it on YouTube. Okay. So if you want to DIY as far as video, if you want to do something a little bit different and you have a customer appreciation event, just grab your cell phone and say, hey, can you say 20 to 30 seconds about what you think of our business and, you know, the projects that we've worked on together? Or, you know, since we're not seeing each other as much now and not holding as many events, ask them when you're done working with them for a project, when you're done with that particular client, say, hey, can you just grab your phone real quick and do a selfie video, 20 to 30 seconds about your experience with working with me? And are you okay with me using that for marketing purposes? Boom, there you go. Simple, very simple. Client testimonial video, the most effective type of content you can offer anyone. All right, the third type is a company culture video. So this is basically showcasing your company or your brand. It's the behind the scenes look at how you guys work every day. This is, you know, why is it such a great place to work? Why are people so passionate about working for you? So you're going to incorporate your employee testimonials in that video. And what's great about this is you can also utilize a company culture video as a recruiting tool. So put that out there and then people see how great your company is, why people are passionate about working there. Hey, I think I want to try to get a job there, right? It's twofold. It's great. That's a company culture video. Okay. A vlog is the next type. That's the 4th type of video you should try to utilize. That's a video blog. It's great at building credibility and trust. So think 90 seconds, like a tip of it's valuable content, a tip of the day, a tip of the week, a tip of the month, a demonstration of something, a how-to video, anything along those lines. Pick a topic, break down what you offer and put it into 90-second videos. You can shoot it all in one day and then drip it out on social media once a week or once a month, whatever it is. Engaging your followers gets them to eventually become buyers. Material consumption leads to sales. So the next time they have a need, they're going to reach out to you and you'll be top of mind. So I have a question for you. So by a raise of hands, would you rather watch a video or would you rather read a blog? Video. Okay, I won't even ask the reading because it's overwhelming. You are in the majority. People are 4 times more likely to watch a video than read a blog. So throw out some numbers for me. What is the percentage of people that will read a written blog in its entirety? Throw out some numbers. Oh, who said 20? One smart man right there. 20% of people will read an entire blog. So are you expending your time and energy on written blogs? You want to invest that time in a video instead. Far less time will be put into that to get that video done, and you will actually be able to get your message out there. And the good thing about it is people may actually share that video as well. They're more likely to share the video than they are for the blog, for the written content. 59% of senior executives say that they would rather watch a video than read a blog. All right, and the fifth type is a project profile video. So think of this as a 90-second video montage recap of what you offer, of your projects for the year. This is something you can do quarterly, or you can do it in December at the end of the year as a recap of what you've done to showcase what you've done for the year for your clients. You can incorporate pictures, you can incorporate B-roll, maybe you have some aerial footage of something, music, graphics, a voiceover too, anything along those lines. This is really easy to do for construction companies, interior designers, ad agencies, anyone that has good opportunities for visuals. That's a good opportunity to do project profiles. And hey, how about a holiday video card? So put your key players on camera, thanking people for their support for the year, and then incorporate some of those projects that you've done for the year. So you're not only wishing them happy holidays, you're thanking them for their support, and at the same time, you're showcasing what you've done for the year. Holiday video card, great route to take at the end of the year. So video is powerful. It's a critical marketing tool to build brand authority. Use it to your advantage to connect with your target market and build trust. Thank you.
And we also too will be opening it up after the next two presenters to Q&A from those on the media panel. All right, Sal, you ready? Next, he became an entrepreneur in 1996 when he opened his first insurance agency. He's owned and sold insurance brokerages. He's owned Allstate agencies for 7 years of his career. In 2003, he franchised his business model, combining insurance, mortgage, and real estate. It was during this time that he found his passion for digital marketing and the relation between marketing and technology. That's when he started Unico Enterprises and Unico Media Group and Biz Solutions. Today, he still owns his insurance agency and thriving in the online digital marketing world, helping new entrepreneurs energize their ideas. It is the new marketing norm. Now, here's a little secret that I had to dig up about him. You ready for this? A very sensitive man. And you know why? Because he grew up as being the youngest in the family of 5 sisters. With that, Sal Ayala Jr.
So much. And the youngest. So thank you everybody for coming out today. It's been a great event so far. Just listening to all the other panelists, I've learned so much. I always say you don't ever know it all. There's always something to learn. You guys hear me okay? No? Is that better? Okay, I'm gonna bring it closer. So something that I want to first start with, I'm just gonna hold on to it, is that before we can talk about the new norm, we have to look at what happened in the past, right? What's happened in the past. And as I spun off my media marketing company back in 2007, I had actually started that company in 2003, right? And I started because I saw the need for my franchisees to help them get their name out and help them market themselves, right? So as I saw that need, I launched that company. 2007 comes along, very similar 2008 to what we're going through today, right? I kind of saw the writing on the wall. Everything was really going online, right? So I actually had at the time I had a 4,000 square foot office in Corona, had 17 cubicles, had a lot of staff, right? My overhead was $40,000 a month, and everything was going downhill in real estate. Luckily, I had this marketing company, right, that I had started. So I decided to spin that off and focus on digital marketing. I did that because of the current situation that we were in, right? And we were just talking earlier with, where's my good friend? He's already gone. Oh, there he is. We were just talking about the fact that unless something changes and something kind of, in Spanish, they say, te mueven el tapete. That means they move the rug from under you. You start kind of doing something, right? And that usually is what makes us take action, right? And so my action was, all right, I'm gonna move everything online, right? So one of the things that I did was I put all of my business virtual, right? So when we're talking about the new norm, it's not really that we've done something different, right? That we had to reinvent something. It's been there for a long time. As Harry mentioned earlier, he's been working remotely from his home for the past, I think you said 12 years, Harry, if I'm not mistaken. 2012, since 2012. I knew there was a 12 in there somewhere. So since 2012, he's been doing that, right? So in reality, unfortunately, we haven't been leveraging technology like we should be, right? I got into technology and marketing, not only because I found it was my passion, I really love what I do, but because I figured I would always have a job. If you know what we're doing today, we're streaming online. We actually have one of my employees from Guadalajara, Mexico, helping us, manage this conference from Mexico, right? So it's pretty interesting how technology and marketing marketing is never going to go away. You're always going to have to promote your product to somebody. You're always going to have to sell your product to somebody. So, those two fields for me have been very, very successful. So with that said, what is the new marketing norm? The new marketing norm, right, is analyzing what you were doing in person, right, and figuring out how you can take that online. I saw a big spike in our clientele with restaurants. A lot of the restaurants, especially those smaller mom and pop shops, weren't using Grubhub, weren't using all the tools that were out there for them to already be, online. So they had to pivot, right? Now they were bringing food to people instead of them going out to the restaurants, right? So one of the things that I told, I also sit on a few boards. I sit on the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I'm the region chair. So as I was talking to the different chambers, a lot of them were expressing that a lot of these restaurants were coming to them. I said, well, one of the things that you should consider is why don't you turn your waiters into drivers, right? Why don't your waiters go out and do the deliveries, keep them, employed, and start looking at technology and leveraging whatever you have. Some of the smaller restaurants that were out there that didn't have a website, didn't have a way of ordering online, didn't have a system set up. The recommendation was, well, go to Grubhub, go to something that's already established and it's already there for you to be able to utilize, right? So in reality, when you look at the new norm, it's really training yourself to think differently, right? Training yourself to utilize what's already been there for the longest time. I've been working in this method since 2009. I believe we strictly went with taking all of my staff to Mexico, right? So all of my staff, I think we're up to 17 employees out of Guadalajara, Mexico, right? That's helped me, right, be competitive and stay alive, right? Because at that time, 2007, 2008, it was a very difficult time. So in order for me to be able to stay viable, I actually went out and did a virtual office, right? I rented a virtual office, and we're seeing that right now. A lot of companies, Verizon's been doing it for a long time. A lot of companies are looking at it. Well, should I really come back and lease that space when I'm being effective working from home and saving myself that money? So obviously, there's going to be a big shift in how businesses do business, right? Those property owners that are losing that is going to turn into the WeWork type of operations, right? They don't really need a physical location. They can use their WeWork and meet clients there and so on. But with this technology, I love it because now it trained a lot more people to do business with me, right? A lot more people. Before we use a platform called Ring Central, which is actually a platform that is a white label of Zoom. So we've been selling actually Ring Central for a long time. So now I feel great because a lot of my clients, a lot of business owners are able to use this platform and communicate with me a lot easier. So in reality, to me, the new norm is basically educating yourself on technology, educating yourself on marketing, making sure that you have a backup plan, right? So you're not caught last minute trying to scramble and do what you need to do. Again, for us, it's been COVID-19 has represented an opportunity for us, right? Opportunity because of all the educating that needed to happen with our existing clients. We actually work with quite a few restaurants, and we have some catering companies that we were able to help, and have some testimonials. I agree with the Connie. The video testimonials are huge, right? And that was one of our clients that did a testimonial for us as a result of how we helped them get online and take care of his customers in that way, versus continuing to try to work in the old way of doing business, right? And I'm just glad that we actually have this hybrid event, right? Because I think this is a new norm. What we're sitting here today, look at how everybody's sitting out here, 6 feet apart. Exactly, we're on Zoom. So we have the online platform, we have the in-person platform. So I think we're experiencing the new norm. As much as I love digital marketing and online marketing, I couldn't stand being at home. It's just sitting behind that desk and not being able to come out and hug. And I'm a hugger and a kisser with 5 sisters. Can you imagine how many kisses and hugs and come on, let's dance. So I was, I'm very social. So for me to not be able to do that, I was going crazy. So I think this is the new norm, right? This is the new norm. They're just changing in the way that we do business, leveraging our technology, leveraging every single aspect of the online platform that we have at our disposal is very, very important. So with that said, I think we're going to open it up to Q&A. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I don't know if you want to bring Bruce back up after. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring Bruce back up. With that, Bruce Cooper. Thank you, Bruce. Okay. Now you got me. Woo woo. All right. So, is radio dead? What's going on with podcasting? I'm going to share with you some of the secrets of what's happening within the radio world and also within the podcasting world. And some of you may be podcasting now. In fact, some of you probably will by the time that I'm done, because what's the purpose of podcasting? Other questions are going to go through your mind of, well, can I do it? So I'm going to share the first part of the story of a little bit about my background. And the purpose of it is to prove to you that if I could do it, I guarantee that you can. My background. Never did so well in high school. Grades were pretty mediocre, C, maybe D, and never really much of a social person. But there was one thing that took place in high school periodically that got my attention more than anything else. And it was when the school would bring in somebody from the outside world to come and talk. Suddenly, I was on. I didn't even care what they did. It was somebody from the outside world that was doing something besides being a teacher and besides a student. And I paid close attention to that. For every word, I remember being wide awake. And so time went on, and I was an introvert. So I had my group of friends, and feel that I had to have any more friends than the 3 or 4 friends that I had. Then after college, I started a few different businesses. And within each business, I knew people specifically within that industry. Why? There was no need to ever go outside. I didn't know anybody outside of the industry. And when I left one industry, suddenly nobody wanted to talk to me anymore, go figure, and went into another industry from sales to marketing to then consulting and so on. Each one had its own, what I call, bubble. And many of you are in bubbles now, whether you admit it or not. You know everybody within your industry. You may only know a couple people outside. So let's first answer the question in regards to radio. Is radio dead? 89% of Americans 13 years or older listen to radio. And guess what? That stat hasn't changed in the past 11 years. Now let's talk about podcasting. Who here has listened to a podcast? Raise your hand. Okay. So 75% of Americans are familiar with podcasting. Now, who here is already doing podcasting? Anybody doing podcasting? Wonderful. So pay close attention too, because I'm going to share some secrets for those of you that haven't done it and for those of you that are doing it. So when I started doing podcasting, and it came to mind because of the fact of what happened in high school, was I wanted to talk to other people that weren't within my circle. And I was like, well, how am I going to do this? I don't have any experience doing it. Those of you that know me also know that I can't pronounce names so well. So how am I going to go ahead and do that? And so on. When I sold my last business and got involved with a community called Alliances, we were looking at ways of how to promote people within the Alliances community. So I approached a radio show, Money Radio, that's on AM 1510 and 105.3. And I asked them in the sense of, well, how can we go about getting, some people in the community on your show and getting them, getting them some exposure. And he said, well, we really don't do any partnerships. We're not going to do anything and all that. I said, well, is there anything we can do? Because my goal was to get people exposure. And he said, well, I'll tell you what, who else are you talking to? And I remember saying I was talking to the Business Journal too, because I wanted to get people involved in the Business Journal. You all know the Phoenix Business Journal, get exposure in there. And I'll never forget what he said to me. He said, if you go ahead and you are able to sign, meaning getting the Phoenix Business Journal involved, we'll go ahead and we'll put people on the radio. I said, fantastic, I could do it. I walked out of there going. Next thing I know, Business Journal signed up and he kept his part of the deal. But here's where things got bad, really bad, because you know what he said to me? Great, you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna host the show. Good God, what? But don't worry, we're only gonna give you 5 minutes a week. I said, okay, I think I can get through 5 minutes a week. Now remember, I'm an introvert. Don't pronounce names so well. I don't know what to talk about. I'm not familiar with all these different industries. I said, okay, I could do it. So I was doing 5-minute interviews. Half the time was just reading their background. I'm like, okay, I can get through the last 2 minutes. In, out, done. After about 4 months, I get a phone call. I remember the phone call, and it went something like this. We have to make a change in regards to your show. I said, okay, oh, God, this is it. All right, well, forget that. I guess no more radio. And he said, with the excitement that you have and with what's going on with the show, we're going to move it and give you an hour. But don't worry, it won't take you a whole lot of more work and effort to do. So I hung up the phone. Sure, hung up the phone. I said, I don't know how to talk more than 5 minutes, less alone more than an hour to somebody. What am I going to do? And it was at that point that I tried to figure out what to do. And someone within the Alliances community, some of you may know her as Glue, she stepped up and she says, yeah, you know what, I'll help. And she helped to actually be the producer of the show. At the beginning, it's about getting guests. Now, those of you that have podcasts, because this is now podcast, this is also spun out to many of the various podcasts. I'll share some secrets of some of the top podcasts that you'll want to be on. But it's about getting guests. I'm going to mention that. But I want to share with you, because it is podcasting, radio also, but podcasting that could change your life. And let me share with you how it's changed my life. I remember, introvert, small circle, didn't know anyone. So in regards to sports, I'm really not a sports guy, just business guy. I like sports, but I don't know a whole lot about sports. So people that just giving you a drop of some of the people, and this isn't to brag, this is just to show you somebody who knows nothing about most things except maybe business, ends up interviewing some people that you all would know. Like Lee Steinberg, the CEO of Steinberg Sports, of which the real life Jerry Maguire movie was after. The president of the Arizona Rattlers, which has been associated with the Alliances. The president of the Phoenix Suns, the president of the Coyotes, and a ton of others. So thereby being involved, they were involved and others were able to benefit. Business, I've interviewed Richard Branson, co-founder of Constant Contact, Dollar Tree. Here's a quiz for you. Do you know the revenue of Dollar Tree? I interviewed the founder. Anybody want to take a guess? You know Dollar Tree selling things for $1? What's the revenue, annual revenue? Anyone want to take a guess? $1 million, billion? $1 billion, great guess. 2 billion, wonderful. I'll give you my car if you get it. Oh, too late. All right. $15 billion. Recently passed away. God rest his soul. Now with my kids, it's gotten a little tough. Because you see, they really don't care who I interview. It just doesn't turn them on. I'm like, I gotta find something. Well, Wouldn't you know it? My son likes to watch the show called Stranger Things. And who did I have on and who's part of the alliances? The creator of the monster, of which then he was able to take a tour in Los Angeles of his studio and actually see the real thing in person. I scored some points with that. I'm still working on my daughter to figure out how I can score some points with her. Entertainment. I've interviewed the CNBC founder, E! Entertainment founder, many Real Housewives of all the different cities. My wife gets a kick out of that, so that's good. Makes for a pleasant evening. Politicians. I've interviewed Secretary of State, State Treasurer, Patrick Kennedy, the congressman, son of Ted Kennedy, Newt Gingrich, the late Senator McCain. That was interesting. My wife goes to a baseball game. She calls me. She was with my son. She's like, McCain's in front of us. He's with his wife. I said, go up to him. Tell him you know David Kogan. They're like, no, I can't do that. I said, I promise you, this is a lifetime opportunity. I've interviewed both of them. She goes up to him. I am Sophia, the wife of David Kogan. Oh, and the next thing you know, they're taking pictures and they're talking and all that. Why wasn't I there? Because I was working. Another politician that I interviewed was the president of the United Nations General Assembly. Now, I'll never forget this one. You got to hear this story. This is a kick. So we get him on, and this was all being done through, telephone. What happens? We're having technical difficulties. Oh my God, we have the president of the United Nations General Assembly on. We never have technical problems. We have technical problems. What do we do? So I told my producer, keep him entertained. Don't let him hang up. Whatever you do, keep him on the line till we get it fixed, because this is the once in a lifetime opportunity. Now, once you know it, by the time the interview was over, we were closer to him than almost anybody else, because things happen. It's turning a disaster into another. So things are rocking and rolling, everything's going good. All of a sudden, COVID hits. So, as I mentioned before, well, the easy excuse is, well, we've been doing this on the phone. I guess we'll just postpone it until COVID ends. Well, you can't wait till anything ends, anything in life. Then we ended up going to video. Now, those of you that are podcasting now, I would recommend that you also to go to video. One of the video platforms we use, you may want to write this down, is called StreamYard. It allows you to customize your own studio. Am I okay on time? Okay. Well, here we go again, doctor. Because the problem is that I was so used to being on the telephone doing interviews, using the computer doing interviews. Now I got to do video. Oh my God. And it's those things of, all right, how do we get through this? Now, here is why I am a believer of using a video platform for interviews. I would say about 80% of the people that I connected with via voice, I can call up at any time. Very short period of time and connected with them. Now, with video and seeing them, it is a whole nother world. If you're not podcasting, I would recommend that you do, and recommend that you try it out. It is a blast. It is amazing. It is amazing seeing people and hearing their story, because everybody's got a story. Everybody. And I found from doing over 800 interviews, I bring out the best in people. I do when I interview them, because I look at things as such an accomplishment. Anybody that could start anything it's a huge accomplishment. Anybody that's contributing to society, anybody that has a job, it is a big deal. All right. Couple things. We now get over 200 requests a week to be on the radio, podcasting. A week come in, over 200. I don't sort through those. The producer does, but over 200. It will open doors for you like you would never believe. You would be talking to people you may not ever have before. You could start with your family. In fact, I'm most often asked, who is the most incredible celebrity best interview you ever had? Anybody want to take a guess? My wife has them, well, she won't come on. Go figure. But you're close. My mother, my 2 kids. I've interviewed them and asking things like the same things that I ask during the celebrities that I interview. What's your good luck charm? What's this? What's the biggest impact that you has had on your life? I'm asking a 12-year-old that at a time. But the stories and the things, it's just, I never knew. How many of us ever take the time and ask our family members that, or our kids? What's the biggest impact? Who's been the biggest impact? What, this, that, and the other. And make up, and create questions. And there'll be some time for Q&A part 2 after this. You could start now. If you have a hobby, can you imagine who has a hobby here? Can somebody name a hobby that they have? Yes. Gardening. So imagine if you were able to now talk to other people who are in the gardening field. You have something in common with them, and you create a podcast and you start putting it out there, and now other gardeners are contacting you, and you are learning more skills than anybody else, and you become the top gardener. You become the top gardener. Why? Because now you're interviewing everyone that you wish you could interview. Now they're coming to you. It's a simple thing of that. And those of you that want to use it for business, a lot of people are contacting people that they're potentially looking at as customers. I don't recommend you push or you sell or anything of that. That's a whole nother conversation about how you make that turn. But you get them on. You find out what their needs are. And when you find out what their needs are, then you could start pivoting your own business to matching that. So if you're an SEO expert, start targeting. Who's your target market with this? SEO, healthcare, start having them on. I had the CEO of Banner Healthcare on. And other healthcare, Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay, who am I? 200 requests a week. It's now start just to coming and coming and coming and coming. Have friends, have family. All right, so here, you're gonna wanna write this down. So David, how do I start? I don't know anybody. That's okay, I didn't know anybody either. All right, there's a website out there. Now this website, 2 parts of it. One, where you could put yourself on it to be on other podcasts. And the second part, where you could find people who wanna be on your podcast. It's called radioguestlist.com. Radioguestlist.com. So those of you that are saying, yeah, David, I'm not interested in podcasting, fine, but you want to be on podcasts? You want to be on the show? Do that. What we do on our show is pretty unique, because what we do is we take people that may not be well known, and we pair them with people who are well known, so that when Richard Branson was interviewed by me, we had other people that were mentioned on his show, and when he's spinning it out, he's tagging and pulling them along. And when they're spinning theirs out, they're like, yeah, no, I was on the air with Richard Branson. You know who that is? Yeah, I think I've heard of him. And it creates this circle. It creates this circle. And be passionate about it. Our gardener, he's passionate. He's how quick he raised his hand. And imagine if he was able to do that and then start making money off of it, making revenue, because you can. And it happens. And we are. Some of the top podcasts that are out there, and yes, you creating your show can get on these podcasts. iTunes, Spotify, Google Podcasts, Stitcher, TuneIn. There's a number of directories out there, Spreaker, YouTube also, Facebook. Now you may be going, well, I just want to do social media, then start with social media. Some of you may go, well, there's a cost involved. You got a computer? Who here has a computer? Everybody's got a computer. All right, you could go ahead and get started. You can do Zoom, If you don't want to do the StreamYard and all that, do Zoom. Zoom is free. You already have a computer. So that is how it's changed my life, and it's brought me out. It's brought me to talk to people I would never in a million years talk to. And even if I saw them, I wouldn't necessarily talk to them. Now, I have something in common with each of you here. I guarantee you, I could tie somebody who I've interviewed into an interest of what you have. So break the shell, and if your shell's already broken, come out full force. So thank you again. This is David Kogan, and appreciate it. If you want to see our website, you can go to eliancer.com. That'll show you some of the people that we've interviewed, ELIANCER.com. And listen to those interviews. And when you listen to them too, remember, it's the first time that I've spoken to them, and yet there's such a connection. I just interviewed the singer of Who Let the Dogs Out. Next thing I know on video, I'm dancing with them while they're doing it, while we're playing their latest song. Very surreal. All right, so now we've got some time for Q&A. So any of you have questions, whether it be for me, whether it be for Sal, or whether it be for Connie, go ahead and feel free to raise your hand or shout it out.
So, yeah, with the digital and having to start the presentations, like you saw Timothy earlier, that was our mode of presentation. And then suddenly we have to switch up to video. And Timothy presents at these prestigious medical schools across the country. He was actually going on the plane, cross country from like February to May. And so what I would like to do now, given the COVID, is make a video presentation or some type of production where we make sure that the audience is, I want to make it interactive or that they're engaged. What's the best way that you've seen people start creating these video presentations or productions so that even if he's not there live, like if we just sent it to a school, and these are medical school graduates. So sometimes it's mandatory that they have to, sit and listen, but we also want to make sure that, that call to action is out there and that engagement is there. And of course the content is awesome, but we want to make sure that we, get that call to action clear and that they're engaged in listening. Have you had to transform other people's, what's the best way that you see that happening?
Talk on video? Sure.
For me, it's just been more of personal level where I'm doing virtual workshops and I'm sharing video within that, but that's the extent of it for me. So Sal would probably be better to address that.
Thank you. You do have Ring Central. Apps, great. So Ring Central has a couple of different options. You can also do Ring Central webinars just like Zoom. So you can maximize it. And basically Zoom is a free add-on to Ring Central. It's included in the package with Ring Central. So it's very effective. Now, there's a bunch of applications that have come out, some that were already there and basically became more robust because of the current situation that are very, very interactive. One of our clients is Latino Tax Pro. They're a national company. They're going to have their trade show. They're using an application that is really cool because it actually looks like the trade show online. You can actually put avatars and so on. So, we're not going to get that fancy with what you're trying to do, but I think that a combination like what we're doing today is huge because, we have somebody from Miami or Florida, I believe. Jason is on. And like she was saying, the next best thing to being in person is video, right? You can make video very interactive. Ring Central and some of the platforms, so does Zoom, has tools that you can have your audience interact with. So I'm on a few chambers of commerce, and we actually do the marketing for some of these chambers. We interact with Zoom quite a bit, so you can do polling to keep them active, interactive. A lot of these organizations are doing is sending out packages before the meeting. Denise, actually, we held one for Denise, and she sent out a gift card, right, so that they can come and bring their lunch. So there's all kinds of ways of making it interactive, sending something so that they have before the meeting. And at that time, you can, bring it up in the meeting. One of my pet peeves with Ring Central, with all these Zoom meetings, is that a lot of people don't turn their cameras on, and you feel like you're just talking to space. and I'm a big camera guy. I'm big about seeing what the reciprocation is to what I'm saying, right? Their emotion, and that's a big part of the interaction experience. So to me, making sure, I'm kind of extreme. So one time I made one of our meetings mandatory. If you don't have your camera off, we're going to shut you off the meeting. So I don't know if you want to do that, but
We have time for one more question.
that's what I would recommend.
Then we're going to introduce one more person here. So we have time for one more question. Anyone?
In the back, we have one.
Yes, our gardener.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andre, Mr. McGatt. I'm a CEO of the National Association for All Athletes. And also, I just, during COVID, I've been going through with Sal. I created a new business, which is called New Tech Outreach Services, LLC. And the answer to her question is, the Ring Central was a learning process. I set up a new website. My other organization had a website. So the thing is, what you can really do is everything that you do, you bring it together on this media website, a marketing platform that I learned from Sal just by purchasing it, invested in myself to do this. And it's just amazing. I mean, it's really amazing. Instead of me taking a step backwards, I took a step forward, invested all the monies that I had. I have a son that's just like, what's the young man name? What's your name again, sir? Jaron. They're on the same lines, and he started talking to me about funnels and all this stuff. He works with Waymo with these self-driving cars. And I'm like, okay, well, I was doing technology when I was coming through college, building the software and the PCBs, and I was waiting for this time to come. So I've taught myself a lot, and I'm very aware of how it works. But these young ones, I'm gonna, put them together. And then yesterday, Sal, when I was finalizing my website, I had my son on with me, with your staff, and it just was such a this enlightening experience. I just want to share that with everyone.
Thank you so much.
My son was talking about the same thing he was talking about today. So, I mean, that he was learning also in the process. He was like, well, Dad, I didn't know you didn't have your platform and your domain yet. And I said, yeah, well, it's right here, right now. Either I got to let them do it, or we have to do it because he built my prior website, right? So I mean, this is just one way of what Sal's doing that you can really elevate your business to another level. Just want to sum that up like that. And then now I can put my gardening on there and all my landscaping experience, and then get a podcast and just keep on going. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got one more person to go through. Okay, so here's Jason Robinson.
Hi, everyone. I thought we already did this presentation.
Wanted to say hello.
Oh, okay.
Well, if anybody has Q&A questions, it's for certainly the four of us. No questions?
I really enjoyed Jason's presentation. Video was great.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, it looks like we have come towards the end. And I know Denise has been working really hard, so why don't we all just give her another round of applause, and then she's going to announce the raffles. Just one more time for the people on Zoom, you can get all of our information on the app. And then thanks again for David and his panel for the future of media. Let's give them a round of applause. Would you like me to hold the box for you?
You can pick.
Oh,
You
I
can-
get to pick.
You can pick the winners. Yeah, we'll do this really quickly. And boy, you have a good chance of winning here. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Okay, this is for gift basket, WBC T-shirt and different stuff in there.
Okay, and I have a name on here. It
Yeah,
says-
that's, yeah, just read
That's
it.
what I'm reading?
Yep.
Austin Lynn. Woo!
I'll bring it back to you.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay,
All
let's
right,
keep
and-
going.
And now we have,
Next one is $50 gift card to Seasons 52.
okay, the next winner is Andre McGowan.
McGann. There we
Again,
go.
look at that.
Good job. Is
All
Luis,
right.
Luis still here?
Okay.
Let me put,
Andre?
okay, let me put this down. So I'll get you in touch with Luis. Okay.
So that one is Andre. Austin was.
Another
first.
$50 gift certificate from Luis.
Okay, the next one is Pat Gilliam.
Hey, Pat.
She
Oh,
just
has
left? Okay.
Okay, I'll get her.
You want to get in touch with her?
I'll get her, yeah. And the last $50 gift certificate to Seasons 52.
Okay, the last $50 gift certificate is Shane.
Oh, okay. We'll get
And
that
he
to
was,
him.
he was one of our first
Yeah.
responders, right?
We'll get that to him.
Congratulations, Shane. Awesome. All right.
$50 Visa card from
Okay.
Plaza Company.
$50 Visa card is Austin Lynn.
Oh, how many tickets did she buy? Thanks.
She's taking your place.
She's taking my place. Yeah, I do. I usually win everything. Stinkweeds, $50 gift certificate.
Yolanda Nida. Ooh, look at that. Woo! Photographer. All right. Okay.
Gift membership to Heritage Square.
Ooh, here we go.
And hopefully she doesn't wear that. Yeah, I know.
Okay. Carrie Carlisle. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Okay, I'll put it back.
We'll give you the Verde Canyon Railroad. Have you been on that? Okay, we'll give her that one. Okay.
Uh-oh. You here? Oh, he is. Okay, what's the next one?
No, did you pick somebody?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be for Heritage Square?
Yeah, we'll
Okay, Ron Williams.
Hey, Ron.
Woo!
All right.
All right.
Good one. Moving right along. D-backs tickets.
Okay. Whoop, the other way. Ron Williams.
Oh, no. Like he really needs to see D-back game. Okay. Phoenix Suns game.
Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, we'll shuffle them up. Still be Ron Williams, right? Or Len.
Asia!
There you go. Okay, recovery zone. Month
Recovery
membership. That's a good one. And I'll send these certificates to everybody.
Sarah Floyd? No, Fladell.
Yeah, that's the one of the winner, one
Oh,
of the honorees.
that's our other honoree.
Oh, wait, that's
Okay.
great. Oh,
Yep,
that's perfect
okay,
for her.
so Sarah,
Yep,
she won that.
I got that. And the last, the Pro Recovery Zone membership.
Ooh, that's fun. That's the IV. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
Those are the IVs.
Last one is David Cogan radio show. You've heard about that.
This is too funny. It's AC Caswell.
Oh, do you want AC again? AC's been on your show already, right?
That's
Yeah. Okay. We'll
You want to do it again? All right.
I'll do it now, buddy.
We'll do it again. We'll let him know. So anybody
Everyone
who's
know we won't tell
interested in-
anyone.
I don't know what this says. Is this, I need help.
Harry.
Oh,
Arrow.
okay.
All right.
It was your last name.
That's perfect. So,
Okay.
David, I'll get you in touch with David then. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it. Had a great day. Be safe. Mask up. And we'll see you next year.
Thank you, Denise.
And we have to thank this lady here. She did a great job too. I got the list of it. Oh, you were super. Thank you. Oh, there.
Okay.
Oh, you did super.
Anything?
No. I got